Κύριε Υπουργέ, κυρία Πρόεδρε, κυρίες και κύριοι συνάδελφοι, σας καλωσορίζω στην Ανατολική Αίθουσα της Ακαδημίας Αθηνών, η οποία φιλοξένησε την έκθεση για το 1821. Τώρα συνεχίζει με την έκθεση για τον Ιάκωβο Καμπανέλη, μπορείτε να τη δείτε στο τέλος. Οι κενές προθήκες ανήκουν στο Λούβρο, μας τις είχαν δανείσει, θα τις πάρουν πίσω, αλλά οι 6 πίσω είναι δικές μας. Είναι οι ίδιες που εξετέθη η έκθεση Αθήνα-Παρίσι για το 1821 πέρσι στο Λούβρο. Σε μία από αυτές θα τοποθετηθεί η στήλη που γράφει Ακαδημία, η οποία ανακαλύφθηκε στις ανασκαφές της Ακαδημίας Πλάτωνος και είναι η αρχαιότερη inscription από οποιαδήποτε ακαδημία σε όλο τον κόσμο. Χρονολογείται 23 αιώνες πίσω. Και αφού εκτεθεί εδώ, θα μπει στην είσοδο της Ακαδημίας ένα αντίγραφο βεβαίως, γιατί είναι από μάρμαρο πεντελικό, πολύ βρώμικο από τους αιώνες που πέρασαν, αλλά πολύ καθαρό από πλευρά σκέψεως, κύριε Υπουργέ. Και η σκέψη αυτή είναι ο στόχος της Ακαδημίας, ο οποίος στηρίζεται βασικά στην εξωστρέφεια και στη διάβια. Είναι οι αρχές που διέπουν τη δημοκρατία και νομίζω ότι το COP27, για να μην μακρηγορώ, που είχε την καλοσύνη να οργανώσει αυτήν την εκδήλωση η κυρία Κουντούρη, ο κύριος Ιωαννίδης και το SDSN, ο Τζέφρι Σάξ, που θα μας θυμίζει το COP27 ότι ακόμα είμαστε στα πρώτα βήματα προς την αντιμετώπιση της κλιματικής αλλαγής και των επιπτώσεών της στην κοινωνία, στην οικονομία και σε όλες τις εκφάνσεις της παγκόσμιας κοινότητας. Δυστυχώς, μέτρα απαλλαγής από τα ορυκτά καύσιμα ακόμη δεν αποφασίστηκαν, ούτε στο Σαρμ ελ Σέιχ. Αποφασίστηκε ένα ταμείο για να δοθεί και μια ασπιρίνη στους μη έχοντες, οι οποίοι όλοι βλέπουν το COP27, όχι διότι φαντάζονται πώς θα είναι η γη αν δεν απαλλαγούμε από τα ορυκτά καύσιμα, κανείς δεν το φαντάζεται. Και θυμάμαι όταν βγάλαμε ένα βιβλίο στην Springer πριν από χρόνια, ήταν τα 30 χρόνια του πρωτοκόλλου του Μόντρεαλ. Και γράψαμε και μια εισαγωγή με συναδέλφους από την NASA και το MIT, the world avoided, ο κόσμος που αποφύγαμε. Και ο κόσμος που αποφύγαμε, αν δεν είχαμε κάνει το πρωτόκολλο του Μόντρεαλ, θα ήταν χάλια. Δηλαδή, συνέδριο δεν θα μπορούσαμε σήμερα να συνεδριάσουμε τέτοια ώρα, θα ήμασταν νύχτα, για να μην μας κάψει ο ήλιος. Επομένως, αντίστοιχα πράγματα ισχύουν και για το κλίμα και, κύριε Υπουργέ της Κλιματικής Αλλαγής, είμαστε πολύ χαρούμενοι που σας έχουμε μαζί μας, δεδομένου του χώρου, γιατί εδώ, πριν από 23 αιώνες, πρωτοϋπόθηκε η λέξη κλίμα και γράφτηκε το πρώτο βιβλίο μετεωρολογίας από τον ίδιο τον Αριστοτέλη. Έχετε το λόγο, κύριε Υπουργέ. Ευχαριστώ. Ευχαριστώ όλες και όλους.
Καλημέρα σε όλους. Νομίζω έχουμε ξένους συνομιλητές και να μεταφέρω τη συζήτηση στην αγγλική. Ναι. Yes. Dear Mrs. President, dear friend Phoebe Koundouri, Dear General Secretary of the Academy of Athens, Professor Christos Zerefos, my dear friend, dear Professor Sachs, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning, everybody. First of all, allow me to thank the hosting institutions of the SDSN Global Climate Hub, and in particular, Mrs. Kunduri personally for the kind invitation to address such a distinguished group of delegates and experts. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. Dear friends, after President Trump failed attempt to undervalue and underestimate the climate change challenge, no one can doubt that climate change is already here. It's not fake news. Prolonged heat waves and mega fires, heavy rainfalls and floods have unfortunately become the new hard reality. This year was yet another difficult one, not only for the Eastern Mediterranean, but for Europe as a whole. We witnessed severe wildfires in France, Portugal, Spain, but also in Germany, and even in Czech Republic. In Greece, here in our country, we witnessed a prolonged summer season with very high temperatures, resulting once again in severe wildfires. A lot, more than what we expected. Dear friends, the science is very telling. Climate change is here to stay, and our neighborhood, the Eastern Mediterranean, is a climate crisis hotspot. So, to tackle the consequences of the climate crisis, business as usual is not an option. Traditional methods against extreme weather phenomena don't work anymore. Changing nothing is disastrous. And time is of the essence. I completely agree with Professor Zerefos that we are already behind the impact of the climate change. We have to accelerate our efforts because time is of the essence. We need to act now. We need to act with innovation, with innovative ways of thinking. We must think out of the box, and as Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis put it during his address at COP27, we need radicalism as well as realism. Dear friends, kindly allow me at this point to say a few words about the newly established Ministry for Climate Crisis and Civil Protection and the approach we have adopted in managing the natural disasters occurring due to climate change. Linking climate crisis with civil protection is key in our efforts to mitigate the consequences of the climate crisis we are facing even now. This simple yet really innovative thought led Prime Minister Mitsotakis to his pioneering decision to establish the Ministry for Climate Crisis and Civil Protection. And this decision, which has gained substantial attention at an EU and global level. Maybe you don't know, we already gained the most important flagship project by DG Reform in order to see how we can build this new ministry which can link, can connect civil protection and climate crisis. Because the new ministry meets the new needs in disaster risk management. It brings to the forefront the causal relationship between climate crisis and natural hazards. The main goal for our ministry is to bridge the traditional approach to disaster risk management which you know that focuses on response with the well-known three pillars, the well-known triangle: prevention, preparedness, and resilience. The work of our ministry is no doubt complementary to the work of the Ministry of the Environment, and this complementarity has already paid off. For example, in cooperation and synergies, including the UNFCCC talks in Sharm el-Sheikh, where together with my colleague Minister Skrekas, we accompany the Prime Minister in COP27 in Egypt. Few words about COP27. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's really not lying to say that the expectations from COP27 were low. The main reason, this is a sort of political excuse, is the uncertainty which has been generated by the ongoing war in Ukraine. No doubt that the inflationary economic environment, the increasing interest rates, as well as the fluctuating energy prices, and the new unstable geopolitical environment are parameters which make it difficult for countries to make significant commitments. Building on that, it is rather really disappointing that parties fail to agree upon a clear language on phasing out all fossil fuels, an issue which was quite high on the agenda for the EU negotiators. At the same time, only a few parties arrived at COP27 with strengthened climate goals, NDCs. Arguably, one can say that progress in the mitigation side of the negotiation was indeed low. On the adaptation side, however, we had some major decisions which paved the way for further action in the future. I think Professor Zerefos already mentioned about it. For the Egyptian presidency, adaptation issues were high on the agenda, and kindly allow me here to note two initiatives of particular importance. The first one, the establishment of the Loss and Damage Fund, is definitely a step at the correct direction. The most important part of this decision is the official recognition that there is an equality between the parties which have been the major emitters over the years, mostly referring to developed countries, and parties which are experiencing the consequences of this climate change, mostly referring to developing nations. Of course, there are many issues which need to be resolved with regards to these funds. We are, as Professor Zerefos insisted on this, at the first step. We need to see how we are going beyond of this. Nevertheless, in my opinion, it is a positive milestone in the UN talks, a step which needs to be utilized with specific, concrete actions. The second one, positive, more or less, thing, was the ENACT initiative, brought forward by COP27 presidency, Germany, and the UCN, will coordinate global efforts to address climate change through nature-based solution, NBS. The initiative will open the discussion on nature-based solution for climate change adaptation and report its results during COP28 in Dubai. This second initiative is of particular importance, and it builds on the notion of collaboration. Dear friends, it is almost impossible for a state, no matter how big or powerful it is, to tackle climate-related hazards alone. It's a naive approach. It's illusion, in my strong opinion. Look, for example, the case of California. It is a technology hub, one of the richest areas globally, but they face major wildfires all over the year. It's no longer realistic to plan and act only on a national basis. This is an outdated approach, completely. To face the climate crisis and its consequences, we need to join forces. We need to act together. Collective action is a must. After all, collaboration and cooperation are at the very heart of the European Union, of our family. In this effort, the role of science is really paramount. We need strong cooperation with the scientific community. Our decision must be grounded on science. We need to listen to the experts. We need to listen to you, to your proposals, your analysis, and your ideas. Because climate change, any climate change policy should be based on science. I would like to conclude. First of all, once again, I want to congratulate the efforts put forward by the SDSN Climate Hub during COP27. We are looking forward to working with you and receiving your science-based policy recommendations on how to increase resilience. For me, this is a key word, resilience. And in our country, which maybe is one of the most prone countries in EU about natural disasters, resilience is our strategic goal. I strongly believe that we should not lose faith in the process, or even worse, to give up. No. The UN talks are simply one venue for climate action, but the fight for our planet and future happens all year round on international, national, and local levels. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Minister Christos Stylianidis. Such a nice review of the results of the COP, and such a nice closing, concluding remark: science-driven, science-based solution pathways for climate resilience and climate neutrality. Can I have my slides? So the program is a bit revised, so let me tell you what is going to happen now. The next panel is composed by Minister Christos Dimas. He's arriving. Greek traffic is always a challenge. Together with my good friend Zlatko Labrougia. I'm never able to pronounce Zlatko's name. He's chair of SDSN Western Balkan, but also former Prime Minister of Bosnia-Herzegovina. It would be good to have the speakers on in a window, please. Then is Masapa Thioni, another good friend with whom we've created, I think, the most vibrant pavilion at COP27. Masapa is the coordinator of UN Climate Change Global Innovation Hub, and then a representative from the European Commission, DG Klima, Dimitris Zevgolis, head of the Multilateral Affairs Unit. So the idea is that this panel will give us, after the speech of the Minister of Greece, on climate change and civil protection, will give us a synthetic review of what happened at COP and what are the future plans, the future vision until UN General Assembly in New York in September and until COP28 in Dubai. In this panel, we also have the second co-founder of UN SDSN Global Climate Hub, together with Professor Zerefors, Yannis Ioannidis, and Jeff Sachs will be coming in at 10:15 to also participate in this panel. So it's going to be lively and interesting, so stay tuned. At the moment, we have more than 100 people connected virtually. This is a hybrid event, and allow me 5 minutes to give you the basics why we are having this event, okay? Allow me just 5 minutes to give you the background. So slideshow from current slides. This is our policy agenda, 17 SDGs, 169 targets, 250 indicators measuring these targets. We know what sustainability is. We have detailed sustainability. We can measure it. And we measure sustainability every year as UN SDSN with our global report and our European report, that reports the performance of each and every nation in this world with regards to achieving the goals. Together with the SDGs and the UN Agenda 2030, we have the Paris Agreement. This is the detailing of SDG 13, climate action, which basically has 197 countries agreeing not to let global climate temperature increase on average more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. This happened in 2015. 2019, we have the European Green Deal for access, climate neutrality by 2050, reduction of pollution, clean tech leadership of European companies, and leave no one behind. And then 2020, of course, we have coronavirus and the nice turnout of the events, which had to do with the fact that the European growth strategy remained to be green and digital, remained to be the European Green Deal, even after this huge non-linearity of COVID. And this is documented, of course, in the 750 billion, in addition to the multi-annual financial framework that have been devoted to green and digital projects among European countries. Green and digital is our growth strategy. And we reinforced this strategy in 2021 with the EU taxonomy that streamlines capital to sustainable investments, climate adaptation, mitigation, circular economy, support and conservation of biodiversity, and efficient use of natural resources. And not only the taxonomy functioning for the way the financial system is devoting funds, but also introducing the sustainable corporate reporting. So big companies have a commitment, have a responsibility to report their turnover with regards to their sustainability footprint. So businesses and the financial sector are changing in order to support sustainability. Then 2022, we have EU Power, Repower EU. So basically trying to disconnect from Russian fossil fuel and at the same time regain the connectivity that we lost due to COVID. Connectivity with regards to the supply chain. And of course, a huge focus on renewable investments. And together with that, we have the digital twin of Earth coming in to support the green and digital transition, to be able to simulate different events under climate change, but also sustainability, and be able to streamline pathways that are going to be efficient for the whole of the world. And why are we here? Because in July, the EU is going to present its first union-wide voluntary review at the UN. These are national sustainability reports. And we want to be there as SDSN, but also as UN Climate Hub, because we measure sustainability. Last week, we have launched the European Sustainable Development Report that showcases all 27 countries and the Balkans, and that was why we have Zlatko, former Prime Minister of Bosnia-Herzegovina with us, because the Balkans are in the European report of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network. So there in July, we want to showcase the measurements of the performance of the European Union countries with regards to the 17 SDGs as we measure them in our reports as SDSN. And also we want to showcase the exact technological, policy, and financial pathways downscaled and detailed for each and every nation in Europe that will lead us to 2050 climate neutrality and climate resilience. Minister Stylianidis pointed to resilience, and resilience is, of course, the twin of neutrality in sustainability transformation. And we also want to be in the UN General Assembly in New York. We are there every year, but at that assembly, we want to present the European climate neutrality pathways, detailed for each and every country in Europe and the Balkans, but also the Asian pathways, detailed for every country in Asia. And this will be led by our headquarters in Kuala Lumpur, SDSN Asia. So this is our aims, and that's why we are here. This is our global report. Dark blue means that we are doing well in terms of performance. The lighter it gets, the less good the implementation of the SDGs. And if you go into this report, you will find detailed measurement of all SDGs and all 169 targets and all 250 indexes that we use, with the data, the models, the projections, the uncertainty, everything incorporated, even the spillover effects from one country to another. This is the situation with SDG 13, climate change. Red is stagnation, green is achievement of the goal. We are far beyond as developed world with regards to implementing SDG 13. This is the report we launched last Friday. This is focused on Europe. You can see that Northern Europe is doing well. We not as good, although Greece in particular made quite a lot of progress, jumping 10 places in terms of the ranking of the countries. And this is how climate change looks in Europe. This is terrible. This is very red. It means stagnation, and it means very big challenges. And I don't have to do this because Minister Stylianidis already did it, but main things that we achieved in Sharm el-Sheikh, loss and damage fund, of course, we've been promising that for many years. I hope now is actually going to be transposed into real money transfers to the global south. Unfortunately, no new commitments of fossil fuels, but for me, what was interesting is that the non-state actors were quite vividly involved and engaged. After being present and part of big delegations of international organizations at the COP for 20 years now, 21 years, I am becoming hopeful because I see the financial sector and the private sector being interested in the wide array of opportunities that the sustainability transformation is bringing, mainly due to the huge pace of technological advancement that makes it cost-effective, cheap for renewables and circular economy and nature-based solutions to replace fossil fuel. And this is why we have many non-state actors accelerating the adaptation agenda, which is crucial, as Minister Stylianidis said, resilience, enhancing nature-based solutions, sustainable urban resilience becoming central, and of course, millions of dollars pledged scaling financial mobilization and promoting climate-aligned systems. I am part of the European Commission's greenwashing working group. It is an issue, greenwashing, but for me, the issue is to educate businesses and financial institutions not to greenwash, but to capture the opportunities, the profitable opportunities that are there for a sustainability transition that is going to align with their profit margins and even increase their profit margins. We have many long-term strategy commitments for climate change. 47% of Europe have announced their long-term strategy commitments, less in the other continents. But let me just give you the overview. After Sharm el-Sheikh, we basically have the ability, if we add all the long-run commitments, all the announced policies and actions, all the 2030 targets, all the pledges and other targets that have been announced, if all of these get implemented, by the end of the century will not increase average global temperature more than 1.8. We are not far from achieving what we need to achieve, which is 1.5. The challenge is not, however, in the pledges and the announcement. The challenge is in the implementation. And that's why we exist. We went around the world with Professor Sachs. No government anymore says we are not interested in climate change. We don't think climate change is serious. But what they tell us is, how do we downscale these very high-level national plans into actual implementation? And that is why we've put together the Global Climate Hub, to bring in all our scientific expertise, which are also expertise, not just modeling expertise, but also expertise with true knowledge of the situation of each and every country, because we have an SDSN hub in each and every country. Our effort is to give to the governments and all other stakeholders detailed plans for implementing their pledges. We have the pledges announced. We have the technology that is cheaper than fossil fuels. What we need is to enable the stakeholders to implement the technological and policy pathways that they have to implement in order to make climate neutrality and resilience a reality. And Jeff will be talking about how you finance all this, because you cannot achieve transformational change without money and without local capacity. So we need to upskill and reskill the labor force, the politicians, the policymakers, the businesses, the financial institutions, and at the same time identify the sources of financing in order to implement the technology that is there and can get us to climate neutrality. This is our hub. We have a climate data platform and digital applications unit. Yannis Ioannidis is leading this, a professor of information technology and president of the Global Association of Computing Machinery. atmospheric physics, I'm finishing, atmospheric physics and climatology. Professor Zerefors is leading that. Climate and energy modeling, climate and land modeling, climate and CARP, innovation acceleration, policies, financing and labor, living labs for co-designing the transformation pathways among all the stakeholders, and a unit on upskilling and reskilling. In this meeting, we are going to have the heads of each and every unit explaining what they will do until the announcement at the UN General Assembly of the European and Asian pathways. And I usually talk too much, so next is Christos Dimas, Deputy Minister of Innovation and Technology at the Ministry of Development, who has been instrumental in supporting technological innovation and research in the country and beyond. Christos, thank you very much for being here.
Dear Minister Stylianidis, Professor Zerefos, Professor Koundouri, Professor Ioannidis, ladies and gentlemen, I will have to be rather brief because I have to go to the Parliament. But what I do want to say is that, especially in the last 8 months, the public discourse debate has been monopolized by the energy crisis, and we tend to forget that the real threat is in front of us, and it has to do, obviously, with the climate crisis. Allow me to say that I won't have to repeat things that we have to act globally, common. I'm 100% sure that has already been stated. What I do want to underline, though, is the fact that research and innovation is a crucial part in which we have to invest more and more as a global community, as a global society, in order to find the necessary answers to the climate crisis. And the European Union has been rather active in this section. I'm sure that almost all of you know the Horizon program, which does fund research and innovation, and especially actions that deal with the climate crisis. In part of the Greek government, we also have important initiatives. I will mention the Klimpact network, a very important network which is under the coordination of the National Observatory of Athens, but it does link academics from different institutions, and does provide important consulting towards the Greek government in issues that deal with the climate crisis. I will also have to mention important funding tools that the Greek state has initiated, like the Action, Research, Innovate, Create, which does link the academic community, the academic institutions, research centers, and universities with companies and entrepreneurs, and many of the proposals deal with issues of the climate crisis, the creation of innovation clusters, and we do have innovation clusters on the climate crisis, but even competence centers, which are very useful tools for small and medium enterprises. In many cases, they deal with climate crisis issues as well. Finally, what I do want to mention is that we have a flourishing innovation ecosystem, a startup ecosystem. Up until recently, we didn't know how many startups we had, in which sector they were, how many people they employed. Now we have a startup registry, Elevate Greece, and according to our registry, the second most popular sector and the most startups, the second category of most startups in Greece are dealing with issues that are directly related with the environment. So what I do want to say is investing more in research and innovation, not only as a national government, but as the European Union and the global society, is a necessary need in order to find scientifically backed up solutions in order to deal with the climate crisis. So I think that this workshop is extremely important. This is what the workshop does, and tries to also network important people and important institutions. So thank you very much for organizing it, and the Greek government fully supports this initiative, and we're very proud to be here and be part of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Dimas. We take advantage of all the competitive funding that you make possible for the country, and also we are very linked to Climpact. So thank you very much for being here, and thank you for all the support throughout the many years. I would like now to ask the former Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Republic of Bosnia Herzegovina, Zlatko. Can I have Zlatko on the...
Yeah, thank you, Phoebe. I hope the line is clear.
Yes, we can hear you, but give me a minute to have your face on camera. Zlatko is leading SDSN Western Balkan. He's a very important figure in the area, and we have a common vision to transpose the European Green Deal into Western Balkan European Green Deal. Zlatko, I'm very happy to have you with us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me start with thanking my colleague and dear friend, Phoebe, Professor Koundouri, Chair of SDSN Global Hub and Chair of SDSN Europe, for her passionate, professional and wise work on strengthening the idea of SDSN and making it alive globally, as well as regionally and locally, like we are trying to make it work in the Western Balkan with valuable Phoebe personal involvement. The list of people who I want to thank and express my gratitude among today's participants is much longer than time I have available. If I want to make a few remarks on the way forward from our Western Balkan as well as European perspective. When I say European perspective, I mean Europe as a Europe that is larger than today European Union is. SDGs, 6 transformative forces, together with the European Green Deal, European Health Union, for example, European Economic Community, for example, that will be spreading over to Western Balkan, and underlying digital transformation, which Phoebe already spoke about in her presentations, can be a major drivers and a building blocks of a new, larger, stronger, and competitive Europe as a true geopolitical player. So that is why I have to mention and thank to Jeffrey, who sold me this idea with his commitment to be part of it back 3 years ago. That we should establish Western Balkan SDSN as a promoter of EU integration of Western Balkan by integrating Western Balkan Green Agenda, which did not exist at that time, in a European Green Deal, which was just announced at that time. So when Phoebe accepted to join us on the Western Balkan SDSN Leadership Council, I was absolutely sure that we were on a, and still are, on a right path. So this year we launched the SDSN Western Balkan that is putting together academic and civil society community from Western Balkan countries as it is defined by our mission and principles. But we have to reach out more to governments, to business communities and financial institutions with more precise and strong words and common actions. We have already, I think, good feedback on some reaching shared goals by some local governments like we do here in Sarajevo. I'm talking with you, some financial entities, banks like Raiffeisen one, which is the most strongest one in here, and we're trying to advocate them to promote this overall idea. But what I want to say is that yesterday, Greek Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis signed a letter to European Council for tomorrow's session, naming the geopolitical reasons for Bosnia and Herzegovina getting candidacy status, the way it was recently granted to Ukraine and Moldova, is very important. And I think that would make overall Western Balkan closer to the shared goal. So what this has to do with us, with our today's discussion? I think that a few days ago, European Union and Western Balkan Summit in Tirana reiterated and focused on strengthening EU enlargement policy on Western Balkan. So I think that integrating, enlarging countries like Western Balkan countries and neighboring countries like Black Sea area, for example, Black Sea countries, to EU through European Green and maybe Health Union or European Economic Community and digital transformation are not only catalysts for overall European Union enlargement process, which is our shared goal, but are also preconditions to go beyond EU on another continents and rejuvenating itself, Europe rejuvenating itself as a global geopolitical player. And SDGs and SDSN network as a mechanism for advocacy and mobilizing the whole intellectual forces, I think has a crucial role. I think that the European Union Green Deal that Phoebe was talking about, mentioning by calling me, can be really driving force for European Union enlargement on Western Balkan and beyond, by opening a process of becoming European Green Deal community, by integrating proposed Western Balkan Green Deal agenda or Green Deal into European Union Green Deal. I think the same principles should be applied to European health community, like we had European Economic Community from 1957 until 1993 as a predecessor of today's European Union. So finally, this leads me to two concrete proposals that should go out in a certain way out of today's gathering when we talk about European Green Deal as a major driver of climate neutrality and climate resilience on our common way forward. First, I think European Union with its Green Deal, if it wants to go global, it should start with integrating the nearest part to European Union, which is Western Balkan countries, in the European Green Deal community, or we can simply call it European Green Deal instead of EU Green Deal. And second, I think it is must to include multilateral financial institutions like European Investment Bank, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, in supporting integration of Western Balkan Green Agenda in broader European Green Deal as a transformative power for overall European Union enlargement and strengthening process. This is not only interest of Western Balkan, but it is a prime interest of European Union of values and prosperity as well. As already mentioned, the same principles that applies to Green Deal goes on economy, health, and digital transformation. So what I'm suggesting is that SDSN, SDSN Europe, SDSN Western Balkan work together as a part of rebranding Balkan, becoming area of future cooperation, being known as area of cooperation, instead of past confrontations that we are labeled by. By working together on advocacy for establishing European Green Deal community, European Economic Community, European Health Community, European Digital Transformation Community, as a transformative mechanisms and goals in a way to more effectively and efficiently integrating part of the world that I'm coming from, Western Balkan, into European Union, while giving additional impetus in fulfilling SDGs and regional cooperation instead of confrontation. So Phoebe, thank you so much for gathering such a great group of people, and I'm really honored and privileged to be with you today. So if you couldn't tell me to take the floor, I can take a screen, and I will participate for the rest of the day by being together with you in a screen way. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and we have the scientific justification for this enlargement, because if you look at the SDSN European report, which includes the Balkans, we see that the Balkans are not very far behind in terms of achieving the goals compared to the rest of Europe. So we have the scientific quantification and justification for this. Thank you so much for being with us, and thank you so much for joining the effort and the mission for enlarging Europe to the Balkan area, for leading that mission, actually. Our next speaker is Masaba Thioyi, a true leader in climate change transformation. He's coordinating the UN Climate Change Innovation Hub, and he is really paving the pathway for the innovation and technological acceleration, not only technological innovation, but also social innovation, accelerating the transition to climate neutrality during COP27. His pavilion was one of the most successful ones. We supported it wholeheartedly. We were there for a whole week. And I give you the floor, Masaba, to give us your remarks with regards to the vision and the future.
Thank you, Phoebe, and excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you participating from Athens, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to those that are participating virtually. So my name is Masamba Choi. I'm leading the UN Climate Change Global Innovation Hub, which is an initiative launched by the UNFCCC Secretariat at COP26. So this initiative is meant to address two main challenges related to innovation. The first is the fact that innovation is not enough use to serve people and planet. As you all know, science is searching for truth and can claim to be value neutral. But this is not the case always for innovation, which is the use of scientific information to develop solutions. Most of the time, innovation has an agenda, and so far it has been more broadly used to support power rather than the people and the planet. So this is something that we wanted to contribute in addressing. The second aspect is that when innovation is used to support people and planet, it is not always effective, and there are several reasons for that. The first is that when we are setting climate and sustainability goal and target, we tend to set the goal based on our perception of what is possible, not based on what is needed. And this creates a vicious circle where the lack of ambition and the lack of solution are locked. Because those that are setting target and objective tend to say, I will set my target based on my perception of what is possible. So they will set their target based on the technologies that are already available, the policies that are available to them, the financial instruments that are available to them. And then their ambition can only be limited based on their perception of what is possible. But if you ask those that are developing solutions why you are not coming with transformative solutions that are required to address climate and sustainability, they will respond because there is no demand of such type of solution. So we are in a situation where the lack of solution and the low ambition are locked in a vicious circle where each of the two is at the same time cause and consequence of the other one. One of the things that we wanted to do is to break this vicious circle where the lack of ambition and the lack of transformative solution are locked. And it can only be break if we come up with radical collaboration among entities. It was mentioned, collaboration is required, and this is the only way to break this vicious circle. The second aspect is the fact that when we are talking about innovation, generally we tend to focus on innovation at the sectoral level, which is important. It has to be done, but it can only lead to incremental changes. And this is not enough to address the challenge of climate and sustainability. If we want to fully mobilize innovation to serve people and planet, we need to go back to the core human need, and where they are satisfied with product and services, that do not fit in 1.5-degree world. We need to explore how innovation can be used to support the development of alternative value chain that will be able to satisfy the same core human need, but while being aligned with the 1.5-degree goal, while supporting enhanced biodiversity, while also supporting land regeneration, and while fitting within the planetary boundaries. Just to give an example to illustrate what I just said, if you ask most of the mayor, what are you doing or what do you plan to do for your city, generally sectoral approach will be taken. This is what I will do for buildings, this is what I will do for the transport sector, this is what I will do for the waste sector. And if you take the transport sector, the focus will be on promoting the replacement of combustion car with electric vehicle, which is good. But as I mentioned, it will not be enough. We need to first ask the question, why car at the first place? And we need car to satisfy the need for mobility, but can we satisfy the need for mobility with less car? So for example, using innovation to design our city differently so that they are more compact, they are more complete, and all the products and services are available at biking and walking distance. We can even go one step further and ask the question, why do we need mobility at the first place? And mobility is not itself ultimate need, it is a means. The ultimate need behind mobility is access. And then the question is, can we use innovation to satisfy the need for access with less mobility? For example, by leveraging digital technology to replace a trip to work with telewalking and replace a trip to municipality with digital municipality services and a trip to school with teleeducation and so and so. The third aspect that we wanted to tackle is the fact also that it was mentioned by Phoebe. Generally, when you say innovation, we think only technology. Technology alone will not be enough to address the big challenge of climate and sustainability. We need to have an integrated approach where innovative technology are combined with innovative policy instrument, innovative financial instrument, innovative business model, and also innovative cooperative approach among nations and within nations. And finally, the development of solutions need to be demand-driven. It is very, very important for us to be able to translate the longer-term climate and sustainability goal into innovation goal. We have the SDGs, we have the global climate goal, but we did not manage to translate them into innovation goal so that the solution developer can understand what does it mean for them working today, supporting the global goal of sustainability and climate. So to address all these different things, the Global Innovation Hub is made of three main elements. One is a digital platform. The second is a group of several working groups. And finally is the pavilion that Phoebe was mentioning, which is a physical hub, where at each COP we have the Global Innovation Dialogue. The participation of the UNFCCC and also the participation of Professor Condry and Professor Sachs was very, very much instrumental at COP27. So at Sharm el-Sheikh, the pavilion hosted the second dialogue of the Global Innovation Hub with more than 100 hours of conference stream live, 85 sessions, 408 speakers, and 40% of them being female speakers. So now moving forward, we have for 2023 twofold objective: the production of proof of concept to establish the effectiveness of the hub through the delivery of deals supporting the development and upscale deployment of climate and sustainability solution facilitated by the hub. So we are working closely with the Global Covenant of Mayor, an organization with more than 15,000 cities. And we are trying to translate their commitment into a demand for climate and sustainability solution and link this demand to the development of concrete solution on the ground. So we are very much looking forward to learning more about the climate neutrality and resilience pathway in Europe, Asia, and North Africa. The UNSDN plans to work on in 2023, and to exploring options to work together more closely on the proof of concept as well as on these different topics that the UNSDSN will focus. So looking forward to a very vibrant cooperation between our two initiatives. Thank you, and back to you, Phoebe.
It's crucial that we collaborate, especially in terms of the construction, the development of the exact pathways with regards to innovation, social and technological, that will support the transition. So hopefully next COP we will have the world downscale into exact pathways and engage the politicians and the policymaking in this implementation of the transition, because it's about implementation. Thank you so much for your support and collaboration. Our next speaker is Dimitris Zevgolis, Head of Multilateral Affairs Unit in DG Klima. We are very happy to have DG Klima on board. Mr. Zevgolis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Koundouri. Thank you all for this very honorable invitation to the European Commission. I'm leading the unit that deals with multilateral affairs here in DG Climate Action in the European Commission. That means that we are mainly focusing on external action, and particularly the international climate negotiations. So you had a lot of references to the international climate negotiations today. And I think that I would like to use this opportunity to provide you some reflections from the side of the European Commission. And of course, I'm ready to offer you some information about the latest developments when it comes to our own action in the European Union. Maybe one quick reflection on the discussions that you had so far. You mentioned the last COP. You mentioned what has happened in the last years, and particularly you provided information about where the global temperature, average temperature increase is expected to be by the end of the century, based on the targets that we have put forward so far, and that shows that we're not nearly close to achieving the below 2 degree target and the 1.5 degree target that we have set ourselves back in Paris, and we confirmed in Glasgow. And we need to do much more. And I would say that our disappointment from the last year is that the last year has proven that we are not doing much more. We haven't seen major economies coming with stronger targets, with new strategies about climate neutrality, or stronger national determined contributions for this decade. That means that the window of opportunity for achieving the climate neutrality target is closing, and we need to do much more. From the European side, we really tried in the negotiations in COP27 to bring this element of ambition back in the table. Unfortunately, I would say that the discussions were almost politically monopolized by the demands on funding arrangements for loss and damage, which is of course a very important discussion, and I think that it delivered quite significant results. Nevertheless, we saw also that this discussion didn't give enough space for the parties to discuss how we can increase ambition. So as we say between us, what we got in Sharm el-Sheikh is a reaffirmation of what we agreed back in Glasgow, and we didn't get all those Glasgow plus elements that we would like to see. However, there is still hope because we saw a couple of glimpses of hope in the decisions that we took in Sharm. I would mention particularly the specific reference to energy transition. I think it's the first time in any COP that we have a decision where we have particular reference to the energy sector. So we have references there to the diversification of the energy mix and particular reference to renewables. And that creates hooks in the same way that the previous COP decision in Glasgow created a hook when it comes to the issue of coal phase down and fossil fuel subsidies phase out, for discussing this particular sector, these particular sectoral targets in the next years. And we have a work program. We have what we call the mitigation work program for how we will advance ambition in this critical decade for discussing these particular issues. So there is a glimpse of hope there. I would say that there is an extra glimpse of hope that comes from the calls from the last COP for the global financial architecture to be revisited, to be reformed. So we have all the shareholders, essentially the parties, the developed countries, being asked to go back to the boards of the multilateral development banks, to the international financial institutions, to their own development financial institutions, and discuss how they can reform them to become more fit for purpose. Because what we see is that we still lack what we call Paris alignment. We still lack how these financial institutions can drive reform and transition in developing countries, as well as in developed countries. But I would say that we see this great finance divide being increased actually between developed and developing countries and being exacerbated by the recent economic crisis. So these elements are definitely very, very positive elements that we have seen from these discussions, and I think that they are providing the space in the next COPs to have these discussions. Nevertheless, we cannot only have discussions; we need to have action, and I think that that's where we, as European Union, we are trying to set the scene by being the leader in our own domestic action, but also being the leader when it comes to supporting third countries to take action. So. I think that you all know about our climate neutrality target. It is really by 2050. This is enshrined in law in the European Union, and we also have our own adaptation strategy, the EU adaptation strategy from the year 2021 that is aligned also with that climate neutrality vision, but also includes not only sectoral targets when it comes to adaptation in the European Union, but also a lot of elements of our external action when it comes to adaptation. And this commitment to climate neutrality and climate resilience is also demonstrated by the legislative action that we are taking. Because earlier you talked about targets and implementation, and we can see that even if we have a lot of targets from many countries, still we are lacking when it comes to implementation. We can see almost a 1 degree difference between the targets that we all together have put and where implementation will get us. So implementation is pretty critical in this particular decade, but of course in the next decades as well. So when it comes to the European Union, we have put forward what we call the Fit for 55 legislative package, which is essentially the legislation in order to achieve our at least 55% emission reduction by the year 2030 in comparison to the year 1990. And we have already taken a lot of steps to make this package a reality. So we have agreed stricter CO2 emission performance standards for new cars and vans. And essentially by 2035, all the new cars, all the new vans registered in the European Union, they will be zero emission. A very important development. We also have agreed to increase what we call the effort sharing targets in the European Union. So from in total, the emissions that the targets for the sectors that cover at least 60% of the emissions in the European Union, and I'm talking about transport, buildings, waste, and agriculture. This emission reduction target for these targets has been increased from 29% to 40% by the year 2030 compared to 2005 levels. And recently, we agreed to increase carbon removals from land use, forestry, and agriculture to 310 million tons of CO2 equivalent by the year 2030. So we have legislative developments. We have put specific targets that will deliver a much higher emission reduction than the one that we had perceived a few years ago. And in fact, we are not going to reduce only by 55%. What we have seen now with our modeling is that this legislation is actually taking us at least 57% emission reduction. So we can see that the EU is really adhering to the at least 55% and is moving the needle even higher. Now, what we are doing for our external partners. Again, we are the leaders in climate finance. At least 1/3 of our external action is going straight to, and I'm talking about in monetary values, is going straight to climate action activities in developing countries. Maybe in that point, I should point to the discussion that we had about the Western Balkans. So, of course, the Western Balkans are served by another instrument, the instrument for pre-accession assistance. And there also we have quite lofty targets. We are working with the energy community in order to bring all the legislation that is under the Green Deal to the Western Balkan countries. And also not only the Western Balkan countries, but also other countries of the energy community like Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. So a lot of the support that we are providing to the developing world is going to climate action. And that, of course, needs to be increased. So definitely in the next years, we need to start a discussion about what we're going to do next. Because right now we have a budget till the year 2027, but we will start preparing our budget beyond 2027. So there we will see that we will start a very serious discussion in the European Union how all the European Union external action can be essentially climate neutral or climate positive. I would say that this is the core of the Paris Agreement goals, because if we want to achieve climate neutrality and climate resilience, we need to start spending accordingly. So what we call the third goal of the Paris Agreement, the so-called 2.1C, the alignment of financial flows with the Paris goals is of critical importance. And we're looking forward to have these discussions also in the UNFCCC, but also outside the UNFCCC. And in that sense, to come back to your network, this interaction with your network, with all the non-party stakeholders that are taking action on the ground is pretty important, and we're looking forward to continuing these discussions. And thank you very much for the time that you have provided us.
Thank you very much, Dimitris. Thank you very much, Mr. Zevgolis. I love 2 points that you made. The first, the recognition that we need to engage in this leadership of climate neutrality from the European Commission. We need to engage and embrace our neighbors, but also the whole of the world in order to become effective, because this is a global issue. And the second one, we need to start spending. We need to start financing according to the mission we set for ourselves, according to the mission of climate neutrality. And this is what Professor Jeff Sachs, president of the Global United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network and director of the Sustainable Development Institute at Columbia University in the US will be talking about. Are we really putting our money where our mouth is? I hope Jeff is connected at the moment. Jeff, are you there? He's finishing another speech, but he is finishing in 2 minutes, I guess. So let me give you a bit of background on the rest of the program until Jeff connects. The next session will be moderated by Professor Ioannidis, co-founder of Global Climate Hub, and it introduces all of our partners, the partners of the Global Climate Hub that will be instrumental in mobilizing our implementation efforts. And the last session is all the heads of units of the Global Climate Hub, showcasing the models and the research on which the development of the transformation pathways will be based. So the last one is very technical. The next one is very focused on synergies in order to extend our profile in mobilizing at national level and on the ground the implementation of the SDGs, and in particular for the mission of the Climate Hub, the implementation of the climate resilience and climate neutrality pathways. So let me see if Jeff is on board. You on?
Welcome remarks.
Yes, Canada welcome remarks. So Yannis Ioannidis, as a co-founder of the Climate Hub, he's going to give you the digital aspect of our efforts. Yannis,
the flexibility and agility that we have to show as humanity in order to deal with, yes, I see him. Jeff, 1 minute. And
no, please, take your time.
You'll have the floor. Is shown by how Phoebe is managing the program as things happen. All the previous speakers are on the green side. Phoebe, the ministers, Professor Zerefos. Well, in Europe, we always say green and digital, and I'm the digital part. And that's how, why I'm here present. Minister Stylianidis said, our approach has to be science-driven. He's absolutely right. And I will add, digital technology supported. Nothing can happen without the digital support. And COP, I was a rookie in COP, that was my first COP. And lots of very interesting things, but very little discussion on the digital technologies that have to support what is to happen. And I hope that with the Global Climate Hub and my presence and others there, we can really bring the digital technologies that are necessary to make what we want to achieve achievable. This was mentioned in many of the other presentations. Masabas Thioi's presentation, the main thing was the platform, the first thing, and then a whole bunch of other elements. So, and the digital technologies are not there to support, they also create problems. By the proliferation of digital supercomputers and so on, and their intensified use, we are part of the problem, and we feed into the climate crisis. So how can we support and, on the other hand, take care of our own technologies? So, without any further ado, let's go to the chair of the Global SDSN, Professor Jeffrey Sachs. Jeff.
Thanks a lot. Great to be with you, and thanks so much, Phoebe, also, and Christos. and the minister and all the participants for this post-COP brainstorming, and especially thanks to Climate Hub for a remarkable performance and set of activities at COP27. You had us running from site to site for really fantastic discussions all the way through the COP, and it was an amazing presence. My takeaways briefly from COP27 are the following. First, there was really a lot of dynamism in the halls about solutions. So I think what is indisputably true is that while governments remain laggards and while all of the dissension remains on strategies, relative responsibilities, financing, and all the rest, the practical solution space continues to enlarge rather remarkably. We still don't get these solutions at scale because for that we need public policy and public finance. But the options that are on the table are better and better, certainly on the side of energy sector transformation. And I was quite taken with the thousands of participants peddling solutions, lots of new businesses, lots of significant new technologies, lots of programs already in place. So what was going on in the negotiations was quite different from what was happening in the halls. And I think that that's important for us. We really have not only reached, but passed the tipping point of a tremendous global ecosystem of dynamic technology and enough startups that are doing a tremendous job. And if governments set a path for implementation and especially a set of coherent policies around scale up, a lot can happen. So that was one takeaway. Second is the growing recognition that regional cooperation is essential. One of the best meetings that I attended in the session was a meeting of the Eastern Mediterranean Middle East leaders, chaired by President El-Sisi of Egypt, but including presidents and prime ministers across North Africa, the Eastern Mediterranean, and the Middle East. And not everyone was there. Greece's prime minister was there. Turkey was not, but just about everybody else was present. Iran was not present, but there was really a lot of participation that showed that the regional imperative for solutions can actually transcend political divides. Not fully yet, but I think we're getting close to that. For all the solutions, almost nothing can be done country by country alone. All of the force of the marketplace, of scale, of systems resilience, of cross-border ecosystem management requires a regional approach. And I saw several meetings during COP27 where that was being reflected, and I think it's a basic theme for us. A third impression that I got, not hard to get, was the growing sense and alarm about the need for adaptation strategies, which are much less developed, much less understood, far more place-specific and contextual than the energy transformation. So every place in the world has its adaptation challenges right now, whether it's droughts or floods or freshwater management or rising sea levels or extreme storms or other manifestations of the climate crisis were all, or forest fires I could mention, but there are countless such challenges distinct to place. The need for adaptation responses are, of course, recognized. The systematic understanding of what to do, who's going to do it, how it's going to be structured, who's going to pay for it, is much harder than on the mitigation side. On the mitigation side, generally there's a market, at least, even if it's a public enterprise. But when it comes to adaptation, it's typically core urban or intercity infrastructure or coastal infrastructure that doesn't have a market basis. It is almost inevitably a large public good dimension to it, and therefore a public finance challenge. And there's much, much less known about the regional cooperation, about the adaptation challenges. The final point that I would mention, of course, was that finance was at the center of the debate from beginning to end. It wasn't really resolved in any serious way, except that the developing country voices were demanding and succeeded in establishing a new losses and damages fund without specifics, without funding, without any more to it except pushing another round of negotiations for the following year. But it was impressive that this was the demand of the developing countries going in. It was resisted by the rich countries. The United States came with some absurd proposals for the voluntary carbon market rather than for facing up to real financing challenges. But the developing countries at least prevailed in getting the losses and damages fund idea over the line. But now whether it amounts to something or not is yet the next step. So all of this raises questions for me about the work of the Climate Hub in the coming year. And I wanted to just mention a few topics that I think are especially pertinent. First is this question of adaptation analysis. Can we do more? Can we help systematically understand how to turn climate risk into adaptation investments in a more effective way? Is this something where the Hub and the SDSN could have a systematic program? We have worked over the years, especially on the mitigation side, on deep decarbonization pathways. We have not so much worked on the adaptation pathway side, but we could. So this is one issue that I'd like to raise. Second is, and related, is the design of this losses and damages fund or mechanism. What does it cover? How is it going to be financed? How is it going to be implemented? There's probably a real opportunity for us to weigh in on some answers to that question in a useful way. For example, just as a basic point, losses and damages right now generally refer to the actual costs of disasters. But in my view, the losses and damages funding should also cover the preventative adaptation spending. But how that can be done is not in any way a settled question. Related is, of course, how one could use historical responsibility metrics as a way for making assessments for contributions to adaptation and losses and damages funding. I think, of course, we should continue our work on decarbonization pathways. We were requested recently by ASEAN to help work on the ASEAN Green Deal, which is taking shape. The Cambodian government proposed an ASEAN Green Deal as part of its ASEAN presidency this year. ASEAN and the European Union are meeting this week in Brussels in their annual summit, and the ASEAN Green Deal will be part of this. I've gotten a formal request for assistance by SDSN in helping to elaborate this. There will be similar efforts in other regions of the world where pathway work, I think, can play an important role. I believe one of our themes should be regional scale interconnections and cooperation, how to make a power system, an energy transmission grid, a hydrogen economy that is at regional scale, not only at national scale. A final point that I want to mention is that Phoebe and I discussed briefly whether it may be too ambitious or time consuming or not a good idea, but I'll put it on the table, whether we should even think about some kind of online pre-COP, COP28 summit to actually work up a proposed outcome document, maybe 2 or 3 months in advance of COP28, to say, here's what negotiators should really come up with to solve this, and help take these negotiators out of their misery by giving them a text that would actually be a useful set of solutions. And since we can do all of this online at extremely low cost, if there's a high enough interest, it could be an innovative way for the Global Climate Hub to really bring the whole world together in a kind of e-diplomacy that could make a substantial contribution. So those are my reflections on COP27 and what we can do for the coming year.
Thank you very much, Jeff, on your 3 points, which are all crucial. First, adaptation. The Hub has a special unit on adaptation pathways. It has large projects financed already on adaptation pathways, both with regards to the technological and social adaptation pathways, but also with regards to financing these pathways. So this is one crucial element of research focus of the Hub. With regards to financing, yes, investigating the structure of the loss and damage fund and identifying the most efficient, economically, socially, and environmentally efficient structure of that fund. It's an interesting exercise. It can be very impactful, and this is exactly what the unit on policies and financing will be focusing on. And finally, with regards to a global virtual pre-COP event announcing global pathways, well, we've said that it seems doable that we cover Europe, Asia, and Northern Africa. Hopefully, we can develop these pathways at regional level by UN General Assembly in September. And before COP, say a month or 2 before COP, we might be able to announce the regional pathways across the world. So definitely we are on board. We are 50 scientists under the Global Climate Hub from all over the world committing to all of this, and many more scientists committed in the projects that are supporting the hub. So I think it's doable, and we are going for it.
Wonderful. And it's phenomenal, and I'm sure it will make a huge contribution. One thing we should think about, and I'll be speaking with Maria Cortes-Puch in just a few minutes, the Vice President for Networks of SDSN, if we can think about a way to invite every SDSN member institution to somehow dock into this process, whether it's student projects or other things, we could probably elicit from the ground up, even without any budgetary outlays or anything else, a significant participation among the member institutions that are looking for ways to learn and participate in such a global effort. So I think it would be a great service to the network itself, which has now 1,700 universities around the world, to give them a way to really learn and participate in this process.
Jeff, it's 1,800 universities, your network, and tomorrow the Secretariat of the Climate Hub will send to each member of SDSN Hub the mission, the results of this meeting, the mission until UN General Assembly and COP, and invite them to participate with initiatives, projects, or just as attendees to project work and events in order to increase the capacity of the hub, but at the same time increasing the capacity of our local SDSN hubs in order to become really active in this transition to climate neutrality, in the implementation of the transition in climate neutrality.
Brilliant, wonderful, perfect. That's great.
Thank you, Jeff, for being with us. Yannis, back to you.
It's working? Yes. So we are now entering as Phoebe Koundouri mentioned, to our partners, to our collaborators. And we are 45 minutes late of a meeting that overall it's relatively short. And we have 8 speakers, 8 wonderful contributors to this global effort. So I will not be summarizing whatever the speakers say, but if I could please talk for 7 minutes each, at most 8, so that we can eat into the break a little bit, but still have a few minutes of a break and come back to normality. I will be rude enough to be piping up a minute before these 7 minutes are over, and I'm sure we'll have an exciting presentation because it's everyone is cherry-picked, every partner organization that they represent is cherry-picked. And without any further ado, I'm starting with Wing Thai Wu, who is Vice President for Asia and head of the Kuala Lumpur office of SDSN in Kuala Lumpur. Is he connected already? Yes, I see him. So the screen is yours.
Sorry, I muted myself. Okay. Good morning. I am most happy to have the chance to share with you what we have been doing here in Southeast Asia. We in Southeast Asia have been greatly inspired by the European Green Deal. So we have started a project called the ASEAN Green Future. ASEAN is ASEAN, which is Association of Southeast Asian Nations, 10 countries within Southeast Asia. We see that there's definitely a need for Southeast Asia to switch to a green economy. The first one is that it is the failure to do so is a direct threat to our economic prosperity, because the European Green Deal has said very clearly that in the near future, countries without clear pathways to decarbonization would face border adjustment tax. And Southeast Asia has gotten rich by exporting to the rest of the world. And so for our livelihood, as well as for our obligation as global citizens, that we will we are very happy to become green economies. So let me share the slide. The first one has to do with the the group that we have formed is of 9 of the 10 countries in Southeast Asia have signed on. The top left corner are the Thailand Development Research Institute and Thammasat University, our Vietnamese partner. Then we have got, our Thai partner. And then next to it is the Vietnamese partner. Then Nanyang Technological University in Singapore, Cambodia, Laos, and we have got a group of scholars in Berkeley and Tokyo that are working before the coup in Myanmar, a project on decarbonization in Myanmar. So we have got 9 of the 10 countries covered. Let me give you a sense of what we found about our particular circumstances that require us to take a different approach. Let me show you the case of, let me show you the case of Malaysia. In Malaysia, in 2016, our total emissions was 334,000 gigatons equivalent of CO2. And then we found that because of our natural forest, we were absorbing 259,000 gigatons of CO2 equivalent. That meant that our net emissions was less than 75,000 gigatons CO2. In other words, we emitted 334, but our net emissions is only 75. That means that our natural system has absorbed a large amount of the CO2. In fact, this led us to think of our research as being of on a two-track system. On the first track system is what we call decarbonizing the technical systems, the electricity supply, the transportation system, and our manufacturing system. That is and trying to ensure minimal CO2 emissions. And the second part is to increase the absorption of CO2 by our ecosystems. And what we found was that for agriculture, which is organic in nature, the soil is much more alive with microorganisms, largely because a lot of artificial fertilizer kill the natural organisms. We found that when the soil is healthy with natural organisms, it is able to absorb more CO2 than an equivalent acre of native forest. And to our even greater surprise, we found that the mangrove trees that create a swamp next to the sea on the coast are 3 times more effective in absorbing CO2 than our natural forest. So what it really means is we should not only talk about decarbonization of our technical systems, we should be talking about the recarbonization of our ecosystems. So the natural outcome of this high capacity for our ecosystem to absorb CO2 is that we have spun off a second project from what we started off. And this is known as the Science Panel for Southeast Asian Forests and Soils, which is modeled after another SDSN project, the Science Panel on the Amazon. The success of the Science Panel for the Amazon has inspired the new Brazilian president, Lula da Silva, to now declare that he would work with Indonesia and the Congo to create an OPEC of rainforest. the amount of carbon credit they'll be able to supply to the rest of the world if we do that well. And let me give you a quick progress report in the remaining minutes. So we have a two-track approach. One is the decarbonization of technical systems. The other is the recarbonization of the natural ecosystems. In the decarbonization process, what we found was that there were many other teams that are racing ahead to do these studies with different models like LEAP and so forth to identify pathways. But what's wrong with most of them was that they were usually done by consultants hired by international agencies who want to have a quick, to give us a result of what to do. What we found was that most of the data that was input into this model were based on very naive projections of past trends. In fact, we found that in Malaysia, when we went to interview the various industrial associations, they told us about what the approved investments have been. And the approved investments have led to much higher growth trends in CO2 than what naive projection would have led us to believe. This is especially true with the present Cold War 2.0 in Southeast Asia between the Americans and the Chinese. Basically, there is now FDI decamping from China, moving to Southeast Asia, and Chinese firms coming to produce in Malaysia in order to service the European US markets from Southeast Asia. That means that what the correct data to be input into all this model cannot be predicted by the past trends. In fact, we have to be interviewing all the different stakeholders in the industries. But here, while we know that getting the right data is the most important aspect, we have many of our country teams have been handicapped by their lack of training in the use of integrated assessment models. For example, we are now hoping, praying, and that LEAP would give us free training in the use of its models. So that is, I think we hope that the Global Climate Hub would help us to acquire this ability in modeling, which we need. And we also would like to ask for technical assistance in terms of studying the absorptive capacity of soil and of calculating, of doing carbon accounting of our tropical forest, which turns out to be more tricky than for temperate forest. So in doing it, we found a second part. Not only is that a lot of what we need to do for 10 countries is that we have to take a regional approach, largely because each of us is a pretty small country. And we found that the cost of producing green energy varies widely across the region. Like, for example, Laos has very cheap hydroelectricity, whereas Singapore finds it expensive to generate solar energy or wind energy. So what we need in Southeast Asia is a regional electricity grid, because not only would it be a more efficient way of decarbonization, it's also more reliable. And we also find that we got to have regional infrastructure. Like, for example, there's a plane that flies off from Singapore to Kuala Lumpur every half hour. If we have a high-speed train, that journey would take only an hour and a half. And given the fact that you have to go to the airport and you fly half an hour and you get from the airport in Kuala Lumpur to downtown, that takes much more than 3 hours, which means that a high-speed train would not only be faster, but would also be electrified. There's no battery large enough to propel an aeroplane. So we find that a high-speed train network system for Southeast Asia would be exceedingly important to lowering our carbon emissions. And of course, when we talk about recarbonization of ecosystems, we have to know that the jungle in Southeast Asia crosses the border, and the management of it requires a regional approach, just like the largest rivers, which are important for hydropower generation, like the Mekong, goes from China through Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, and touches Thailand. So we find that the regional aspect of working together to generate optimal decarbonization paths as well as recarbonization of ecosystem is certainly the cheaper way to do so than for each country to embrace net zero emissions on its own. So I'm very happy to work with the Climate Hub and with all organizations, because there are 10 countries in Southeast Asia that are very eager. The fact that each and every one of the team is self-financing speaks to the great enthusiasm for this challenge that the region faces collectively. I'll stop here, and please do send me an email in case you do not have a chance to ask me any questions. Thank you. And thank you, Phoebe, for including myself.
Thank you very much for this wonderful tour on all the activities of the Asian countries. This is a hotspot, I think, for many developments, everything that you discussed, but also technologically. It is, and it's great to see all these ideas that you mentioned in moving forward. Thank you so much for being with us. Moving along, and before I present the next speaker, I would like to ask the AV person to always have a live microphone here so that I can be communicating with the speakers on when their time is coming up. I don't know how you will do it, but I need to have a live microphone all the time here. Thank you. So please, I want to ask again all the speakers to stick to the 7-minute limit. It's a little bit soft, but it's still a limit so that we can manage the timing. And the next one is a favorite of mine, Kostas Sinolakis, Professor Kostas Sinolakis, a member of the Academy of Athens, of this wonderful place where we are, a professor of the Technical University of Crete and of University of Southern California, bridging two worlds 10 hours apart. So, Professor Sinolakis, the floor is yours for the next 7 minutes. Not floor, screen.
Thank you very much, Yanis. Hello, everyone. It is a great privilege to be here and share with you. I wear two hats. One hat is the chair of the Greek National Science Climate Change Council. The other one is the president of Athens College. And I'm trying to sort of, on top of being a professor at two different institutions, I would like to briefly tell you what we're doing in the Greek National Committee, and also what we're doing in, at schools. Initially, Phoebe asked me to talk briefly about the role of science, and I have only 4 transparencies, and I want to share them with you. I hope the share screen is going to work. I don't know. Can someone allow me to share a screen? Allow Zoom to share a screen. I don't know if this is going to let's see, this is going to work, because for some reason it's not allowing me to share the screen. Okay, I'm going to skip the transparencies that I had in the interest of time, because by the time we figure out how we can share the screen, time will run out of time. What I want to say in terms of the role of science, the idea of climate change has been with us for the last 200 years. Going back to, and I have a great slide, if you could see it, going back to Fourier, who had, originally calculated that, an object of the size of the Earth and at the distance of the Earth should quite simply not be as warm as it is. And, Fourier was the first to basically understand or, propose that, ultraviolet light was able to pass through the Earth's atmosphere, heat up the planet's surface, but infrared radiation was not able to come back. And then, almost 30 years later, in 1856, Eunice Newton Foote theorized that higher carbon dioxide levels would lead to a warmer planet. This led, and I'm not going to go into detail, but the idea has been with us for a very, very long time. I'll take you to one more milestone. In 1859, John Tyndall, who explained the heat in the Earth's atmosphere in terms of different gases, and he said that as a dam built across a river causes a local deepening of the stream, so our atmosphere thrown as a barrier across the terrestrial rays produces a local heightening of the temperature of the Earth's surface. So there's no question that as scientists have been talking about this for 200 years, the question is how quickly are these ideas are absorbed by policymakers. And right now, certainly in the last decade, we have accelerated, the process. I mean, certainly since the COPs started, but in terms of the public's understanding, this has been no more than a decade in the making. So it is a huge challenge for science and for society, for scientists to try to relate and explain to the general public exactly what is at stake, because sometimes we miss the bigger picture. I heard earlier how, this is, climate change is a direct threat to Asian economies. No, it's not just a direct threat to Asian economies, it's a direct threat to the livelihood and humanity's existence. Let me remind you that almost 20 years back, Lord May was very controversially said that if he gave humanity a 50-50 chance to survive past the 2100. So how can we, and what are we doing in Greece and our work with the Global Climate Hub to try to translate this science into actionable activities. One part was in the Greek National Science Committee, the climate law. And first we started by helping formulate the European climate law, which is a very ambitious climate law. It was one of possibly the first in the world. And Greece provided some of the most ambitious contributions, in part with those of the Scandinavian countries. Then last year, working with the Ministry of the Environment, we formulated the climate law, the Greek National Climate Law, which of course, other than the Fit for 55 and climate neutrality for 2050, has very, very specific ideas and innovations in terms of trying to translate climate ambition into action. I'm going to give you just one example of this, these ideas. It has a staggered system through which, administratively, all the way from the prefectures to the municipalities, there have to be, mitigation and adaptation plans. And not only they have to be plans as it's sort of, in a nice, general feel-good language, but they have to be published. And also the reports, which is extremely basic, on which these are based, have to be published. So this was, a big step forward. And on top of that, I'm pleased to say that in the Greek, the way that the Greek national law has been implemented to date, and even with what has happened in the Ukraine, we have not really deviated much from the targets that were set in the law. This has been a tremendous achievement, given that this has been a very, very difficult year. We hope that this will continue going forward, and I'm pretty sure it will. Now, very quickly, we work in the committee very closely with Phoebe Koundouri and the Global Climate Hub in terms of implementation, but my own work and the way we come in is through education and what we're going to do at secondary education. One of the things that we find out is that while our citizens and our compatriots are quite aware of climate change as a huge challenge to humanity, they are not equally aware of the simple steps they can take to translate, not only in their daily lives, but in terms of their decisions and their investment decisions, to translate the existential threat that they feel about the future, to translate that into action. And this is something we are trying to do in the secondary education, and I'm very happy that the Global Climate Hub is helping us out, and we're parts of it, and it's helping us. We're helping in our own way when it comes to education, to create these pathways to 2030 and to 2050. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for what you said, but also thank you so much for being in time. 7 minutes, amazing. That's the way it's done. By the way, if there is no time for questions in any case, but if you have questions, whether those that are here in the floor or remotely, do send to the secretariat of the meeting of the Global Climate Hub, and we'll triage those to the speakers, and then you'll get your answers so we can have offline active participation. Next speaker, Apostolos Petropoulos. He's an energy modeler at the World Energy Outlook team of the International Energy Agency. Mr. Petropoulos, the screen is yours for the next 7 minutes. Good to have you here.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I will try also to share my screen, and hopefully it will work. So I will start a little bit with my presentation about what are the key outcomes of COP27, and I will describe you about also the role of International Energy Agency. Let's start about the attendance at COP. So it was the second best attended COP ever. It's slightly lower than last year, but still a lot of participants there. So in terms of the key outcomes and what it happened, there is some positive steps forward. For example, already previous speakers, they mentioned loss and damage plan, where it's like a financial assistance to more vulnerable nations in order to adapt the climate impacts there. There is also a call for reforms on different developing banks and institutes about how they invest their money there. There is also the Just Transition Program. And also in terms of wording, I mean, as all of you probably you're aware about, there was a wording about phase down coal in the previous COP26. And then in 27, they came up the suggestion in order to replace coal with fossil fuels in general. But after negotiations, which took place at closed doors, and we don't have clear visibility on that, what it was the key outcome there, it's in order to put an emphasis for speeding up the low carbon emission sources. In terms of mitigation ambition, we don't see that it crossed the bar, and it did become more ambitious compared to what we had last year. So, of course, this COP didn't have mandates in order to have a certain commitment there in a number of programs there. I will briefly mention and show you what are the programs. And for the next COP28, what is really important is a global stock take, which is a new assessment about how the progress after Paris Agreement followed, and the main goal is in order to enhance even further the NDC targets. Big also a commitment there, it's that at the global methane pledge that it took place 1 year earlier at COP26, there was also a broadened in the membership there, and also EU came up with a more ambitious target. They just submitted a new updated NDC. So these are the key milestones for the next year. In June, it's going to start again the negotiations, and COP28 it will go to take place in the next November. As an agency, what we are doing is we are trying to work closely with governments and our members across the globe. For example, recently we published a net zero roadmap for Indonesia. We are having also close collaboration with India, which will be the new presidency for G20. And with our analytical tools, we are trying to show and to inform not only the scientific community there, but also the policymakers in order to show that 1.5 degree scenarios, it's still alive, and we need to push forward on this direction. I think I tried to be on time and happy to take any questions from your side.
Thank you so much for being very pointy and giving us a tremendous, intense program towards the next COP. As I said, there is no way to have interactive questions, but on everything that we hear from all the speakers, if you do have questions, pose them, also put them on the chat, and then we'll be collecting them and creating, offline discussions. Thank you so much again for being with us. And then moving along, Evangelos Gerasopoulos. Mr. Gerasopoulos, he's the research director at IERST, NOAA, and director of the Greek Geo-Office. Please, the floor this time, not the screen, is yours for the next 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ioannidis. So let me find my presentation. Okay, that was an easy task. So, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's been a pleasure to be here. And actually, I've been hearing many of the keywords that we are also using in our community. And this makes me really happy because I see the convergence. So I've heard words like loss and damage, and I think no doubt that we cannot talk about loss and damage unless we have data, not data coming only from insurance companies, data about geospatial information on the extent of loss and damages out of climate crisis. I've heard about nature-based solutions, and again, certainly we need geospatial information in order to make decisions to optimize nature-based solutions. So things like that, how we can use Earth observation is what I'm going to talk about, and how the UN SDSN Global Climate Hub could and should work together with a group on Earth observations on a common endeavor. So I'm also privileged to be co-chair of the program board of the Intergovernmental Group on Earth Observation. A few words about GEO, for those that are not familiar. As I said, it's an intergovernmental partnership of 114 national governments and more than 120 participating organizations. And the goal behind is to coordinate Earth observation for the benefit of humankind and make sure that this information is provided throughout the time in a sustainable manner. And we see here the global coverage of the memberships to the group on Earth observation. The activities of GEO are around 4 engagement priorities that match one by one to the big global policy frames we are discussing. That would be the Paris Agreement, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, the Sustainable Development Goals, and newly it's the new Urban Agenda. And the activities are driven around specific societal benefit areas that you see on the screen and are organized through pilot initiatives, which is the entrance of activities in the work program. If we can have the screen back, please. Around initiatives, which is the process of maturizing those activities between different institutions. Okay, I'll try to get out. And then, it's a different story. Okay, so as I said, these pilot initiatives, it's initiatives where there is a process of maturization of those activities, and finally went up with flagships where the services provided based on Earth observation are becoming operational. So, as previous speakers have said, it's okay that we coordinate at the global scale, but then when it comes to actions, these actions need to be implemented at the local scale. So, similarly to the group on Earth observations, we are having. Oh, I can see. I can see mine. You can't see. You cannot see. We have the Greek Geo office, which I direct, and it's actually the mandate of the Greek Geo office, which started back its operations in 2007, has been to interface between the global group on Earth observation and the Greek state, trying somehow to coordinate efforts that are taking place at the national level. In the Greek Geo office, we have some directions to support urban resilience and sustainable urbanization, climate change impacts on cultural and natural heritage, and sustainable development goals. So also at the Greek level, we are fully aligned with the works of the sustainable of SDSN. However, we have also been pioneering bringing forward some elements at the global level, and one of those is it's coming soon, is the urban envelope. So, in 2019, it was the UN Habitat that approached the group on Earth observation in an attempt to find ways to exploit Earth observation to monitor sustainable development goals. And in this aspect, it was the Greek Geo office that undertook the leadership at the global level to bring up in the agenda of geo-urban resilience as one of the 4 engagement priorities. And we did that through coordinated efforts and co-chairing a specific working group with the European Space Agency. In parallel, and as a result of this, there has been another initiative called EO for SDG, coming from, led by NASA, that developed an Earth observation toolkit for sustainable cities and human settlements. So the first examples of how Earth observation can be used for sustainable development goals monitoring. And also another major initiative that we have undertook is recognizing the need to bring together Earth observation with socioeconomic data. Has been an attempt to use Earth observation also for official statistics. You all know that the current census that we had will come at the end at 1 kilometer square grid, so it's obvious that the two worlds are converging, and we should work together towards this direction. And at the Greek level, at least, we have already signed a memorandum of collaboration with Hellenic Statistics. So, a few words about the EO toolkit. As I said, it provides a number of data sets, tools, and guidance documents, currently mainly addressing SDG 11 for cities. So please visit the website there to find more information, and there are more SDGs that are covered through UNGGIE. There is a great wealth of Earth observation information that is being used, coming from Copernicus, with very rich elements of information that we need in this aspect, not only for the monitoring, but also for tracking the achievement of SDG goals. And I'll go back to just two examples coming from our side. From countries to cities. Up now, we know that the reporting is taking place at the SDG level. So in one of our applications on air quality, and the specific indicator 11.6 we used Copernicus information in order to go from, this is particulate matter pollution, to go from the country level to the city level, because we believe that when the actions come, we really needed to know which cities have the problem so that actually we drive national efforts in the right direction. So this was one step that we have achieved towards disaggregation of information. But what we currently now do is going down from cities also to municipalities. So, for example, in this case, we are exploiting Copernicus information about pollution, but also a number of information coming from in situ and satellite information like Sentinel-5P, like the Internet of Things and other in situ data, through a process where we infuse this data into the Copernicus modeling systems, and at the end of the day, we can have trusted information, for example, in this case, about pollution, and we can either support what currently Elstat is giving for its reporting, which is specific geographic zones in Greece, but the most important, and I think this is what should be of great importance for UN SDSN Climate Hub, is the information at the municipality level. And this is just an example. There are many, many other examples. I think this is my last slide. As a physicist, I see two universes that are converging. I think we are on the same business, so I'm glad that deliberations have already started and we can make this collaboration through. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gerasopoulos, for really highlighting what is happening in Greece and all the activities, having a somewhat leadership position also globally with what we're doing here. Great. So, with a slight change of order of the presentations, now I want to call on Nikos Theodosiou, Professor Theodosiou, who is a professor at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and co-head education, training, upskilling and reskilling unit of the Global Climate Hub and SDSN Black Sea. So, Professor Theodosiou, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Giannis. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for making this slight shift in the program, because I need to participate in another meeting a little bit later. First of all, I would like to congratulate everyone for this very important initiative. COP27 was an amazing experience for all of us who had the opportunity of participating. And I think it's very, very important that we also have the opportunity now to disseminate our experience from this very important participation. So let me just, I also want to share my screen. Just give me a moment, sorry. Can you see my presentation? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So, as Professor Ioannidis said, I'm professor at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. I'm also chairing one of the United Nations networks, the Sustainable Development Solutions Network for the wide area of the Black Sea, a network comprising 12 countries, most of the Balkan countries, and all the countries around the Black Sea. I'm very proud and honored to be a member of this Global Climate Hub and co-head the education, training, upskilling, and reskilling unit. I'm also the president of the Association of European Civil Engineering Faculties, but I'm here at this moment as a member of the Council of Engineers for the Energy Transition. I will give you a few things about this Council of Engineers. So this is a council that is operating under the auspices of the Secretary General of the United Nations. It's a global high-level body of engineers and energy system experts contributed to the Secretary General's goals to build a coalition to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. And also to the UN in general, on engineering pathways to achieve comprehensive decarbonization by mid-century. The work of this Council of Engineers for the Energy Transition, is undertaken by an independent and impartial council of recognized global experts, serving in their personal capacity and responding to requests for information by the UN system. Actually, there was an open call some months ago for engineers from all over the world to participate in this council. And the United Nations selected 35 engineers from all disciplines from all over the world to participate in this council. And I'm really very proud to be a member of this council. We were invited to participate at the COP in Sharm el-Sheikh. It was the first time that a group of engineers in this form was officially participating in a COP. So that was another very important issue. The energy transition is one of the main problems of our times. It was mentioned earlier also by our colleague from DG Klima and by other colleagues that it was one of the main topics of discussion during the COP. We know that clean energy technologies have expanded rapidly over the last decade, and even more than that. But still, the vast majority of today's primary energy is supplied by fossil fuels. So we need to act fast, and we need to progress in this direction so that we can achieve our goals. I'm going to skip some of the presentations so that I can come to the main tasks of this CET, the Council of Engineers for the Energy Transition. During COP27, we have the opportunity to present our statement. We had a special session and we presented our statement as a council. And the main topics of this statement are the ones you see on the screen. First of all, to identify best engineering and technology practices and pathways to support a just energy transition, and focusing on bankable solutions. We had a meeting with the Secretary General of the United Nations, and he emphasized that his vision and what he expects from this Council of Engineers is to present bankable solutions, solutions that are ready to be financed, solutions that are open, so that they can be used by anyone, and solutions that are not do not require extreme cost, so that they can be implemented even by poor countries. Because this is, again, very important to have in mind that the energy transition should not focus just on the rich countries, but it should focus mostly, I would say, on poor countries. So we will need to support them, support the whole world in this path for the energy transition. The second goal is to leverage the experience of the CET members to enhance regional and global collaboration and connectivity around technology pathways and accompanying finance, to work together with other agencies. And this is, again, very important. Collaboration is of utmost importance in everything we do. All the things that we discussed today and all the things that we do in our research or in our other activities always are based always on collaboration. To communicate the technical topics in an accessible way to support decision-making and risk management, this again is very important, and to serve as a resource for national decision makers and multilateral institutions that need impartial views on the potential technology mix that can best support the transition to net zero energy system, and opportunities to de-risk the development and deployment of clean energy technologies, taking into account their country's stage of development and national resource endowments. These are the members of the CET that were able to participate in person in Sharm el-Sheikh. We are about 35. We are 35 members, and we had about 20 people participating in person in Sharm el-Sheikh. That was very important for the council to have a face-to-face meeting and be able to present the activities to the public, to the scientific community, and to the stakeholders during COP27. This is the website of the council. You can find a lot of information, and you can follow the activities, and you can also participate in the activities of the Council of Engineers, because this is not something that works in a unique way. It works bilaterally in collaboration with everyone. So please contact us and give us your suggestions or views on the energy transition issue that, as I mentioned earlier, is one of the most important issues that we need to face during our times. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for Professor Luciu and for all the work that the Council of Engineers is doing. It's critical, science-driven, technology-supported. It's all about engineering. Of course, I'm biased. I'm an engineer, so what am I going to say? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, going back to the regular order. As I said, I'm a rookie. I was a rookie at COP, but one of the great things was to meet Olan Schatz, founder and CEO of the UN GSII Foundation and co-head of Education, Training, Upskilling and Reskilling Unit. The floor is yours for the next 7 minutes.
Hello. When I learned where we are going to have our post-COP meeting, I thought I don't bring slides because the guys who built this place had no slides. And there's nothing, and I really mean it, there's nothing what we don't know, what is not coming from their shoulders. So let me get started. Before COP, there was actually one event which was organized by President Sisi, where he invited all the Grand Muftis of the world to get together in Cairo and learn not only about the SDGs, but try to convince them that the SDGs will be in future their guiding star. And to cut a long story short, after 2 days, all 93 Grand Muftis, or 120 Grand Muftis representing 93 countries decided to do so. And they not only decided to do so, they agreed that they need you, academia, to cooperate in future. This is 25% of the world population. The question is, how are we going to serve them and how are we going to cooperate with them? They need your research, they need your guidance, and they want to move forward towards the SDG implementation. 25% of the world population. After COP, I went to Namibia. Last week I returned, where the largest green, now I'm not the engineer, as you can see. Now what is green? Well, it is a 30 gigabyte factory. It's the largest of its size and of its kind. It's probably a solar plant, but it's more than a solar plant. And it will be built in Namibia, one of the best places to build something like that. But we would not have thought that Namibia will be the right place because we are so Europe, US, Asia-centric that we forget about places like Namibia. And it's not only that the Namibian government is totally behind this initiative, it is furthermore the whole society. That is one of the reasons why we are going to start the Pan-African Technology Transfer University to have the hub in Namibia. Because if you think again from human point of view, Africa is going to be the place with the largest growing population. And if we get it wrong in Africa, we don't need to think about any additional technologies. We need to get this done. And the beauty is that more and more African countries are willing to do so. But again, they need your hand as academics in order to make this work. When I was in this innovation hub with a lot of you, and I heard about the damage and loss fund, I was a little bit irritated that we still talk about others giving money to those countries who need the support. Have we not heard about the Kinshasa process? Have we not learned that almost every country on this planet has an enormous rich value in their ground? But we are not willing enough to give them credit for what they have in their ground. We are looking forward to have COP28 in Dubai, but 52 years ago, Dubai was nothing else than a place of sand. And the reason that Dubai is no longer a place of sand is not because of smart Emiratis. Yes, we needed the smart Emiratis, but it was the Japanese who were willing to give the Emiratis credit, to go to the sheikh and say, here's a check, it is signed, but you fill out the number because we want to invest in your future. We want to become partners. I didn't understand why the Loss and Damage Fund is not building on this example. It is, from my point of view, the best way how to cooperate. That leads to what I think what we really need to do. If COP wants to be successful, we have to engage with the people. And although in this building we know that democracy is having our representatives finding the best solutions for all of us, we need to include everybody. We need to include the kids, the students, everybody. And when I say everybody, I mean everybody. And that is why I'm happy that we are going to cooperate on something what we will call the Olympic Games for Climate. That we have academia getting together, define the best measurements, what can be done in order to reach the Paris Agreement, but then have those who are able to inspire, who are able and good in inspiring people, to turn these suggestions into something what we will call not only the Olympic Games for Climate, but what we will execute as the Olympic Games of Climate. And then at every day of COP, we will give gold medal, silver medal, bronze to those who are the best achievers in reaching climate goals. Because if the world would only know what the world is able to do and actually what the world is doing, we would reach this goal. That brings me to the last point. We spoke already about UN Habitat. UN Habitat is within the UN family the ones who are taking care of cities. And we need better data. We need what I experienced this morning when I came down from my hotel from the hill and walked, and I didn't know where the academia is, so I was getting close, and I asked a lady, is this the academia? And she said, yes. So I continued walking. But then she came back and said, no, you are walking in the wrong direction. Actually, the academia is the road. And she's right, yes, but I wanted to be here in the building. It's not academic and science where people walk. Academia is data-driven, it's science-driven. This is what we need. And UN Habitat is opening their arms to get your know-how, to get your collaboration, because end of March, 24 member states of UN Habitat will sit together and discuss how can we get into a certification process for cities, how to implement the SDGs. And in order to certificate, we need to have clear measurements and we need to have an agreement. What are we going to measure? This is the carte blanche for UN SDSN, correct? So let's do this together, because if we find a clear agreement how we want to do this, It will not only be the 425 board members, these 24 countries, but by May, 76 countries will get together and look at your proposals, and by end of June, we will have, hopefully, the agreement of all 193 member states. How cool would this be? Having clear measurement, clear certification on how we want to move together towards the SDG implementation. I'm gone, but I will leave by saying it's the finance sector who has to move a little faster. I was listening to the group representing the sustainable stock exchanges, and they were proud that by 2024 they would have the metrics how to decide on investments according to the ESG. I don't know who didn't tell them that ESG was last millennium. We are in the SDGs, and I don't understand why the finance sector is moving so slow. They owe us better processes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Roland. Talking about Olympic Games in the Academy of Athens, I mean, what could be more fitting? Moving along, Laura Andonakaki. She is the director of the Climate Change and Sustainability Center of the Bank of Greece, a long soldier, I should say, in this fight that we give for climate. So it's a great pleasure to give you the floor for the next 7 minutes.
Thank you, Professor Ioannidis. Thank you for the invitation to be here today. Such a difficult task to be speaking after Roland and his views on how the financial sector is not moving fast enough. We do realize the importance of everything, and we're trying to do our best, but still maybe the best is not good enough, so we will try to do even more. Now, I will briefly talk to you today about the implications of the changing climate and how all these issues are addressed and internalized by financial institutions and central banks. We all know that tackling climate change requires collective action from different stakeholders, and that this transition towards a more sustainable future may bring structural, and is already bringing structural changes in our economies, and therefore we need to mobilize a significant amount of financial resources. As expected in this case, the contribution from the financial system, both banking and non-banking, is of paramount importance. Of course, there are both risks and opportunities in this context of the changing climate that affect the financial system, and financial institutions need to understand, assess, and manage these risks. And for example, this could mean understanding that risks that clients are facing from the transition to a low-carbon economy, or financing the transition plans that clients have to reduce these risks. Now, ultimately, the financial institutions need to fulfill the role and support the financing of the real economy. And in the context of the green transition, this could become a key area for the financial institutions to compete and grow. As for the role of central banks, although the main responsibilities, of course, remain with the governments, meeting the transition targets and implementing adaptation strategies, as central banks, we can undertake an active role in sustainable growth within, of course, the remits of our mandates. More specifically, at the ECB, we are already incorporating climate considerations. At the latest strategy review, climate-related and sustainability matters were taken into account, and a comprehensive action plan to address these issues was formed. Now, additional steps have also been announced at the second half of 2022 that reaffirm this commitment. The actions touch upon different areas of the activities of the ECB, some of which are also relevant to macroeconomic projections, modeling, and scenario analysis towards assessing the economic impact of climate change and policies to address these issues. Of course, all these actions are not performed in isolation. The ECB collaborates closely with national central banks in performing all the relevant tasks. Now coming to the work of the Bank of Greece on sustainability issues, we've started quite far back in 2009. And within our mandate, we have been supporting national and international efforts towards meeting sustainable growth targets and creating, of course, the appropriate conditions for scaling up sustainable finance. We also participate in the LIFE IP Adaptive Greece 8-year program to implement the Greek National Adaptation Strategy. We contribute to relevant international and European fora and working groups on sustainability issues, such as the Network for Greening the Financial System, the NGFS, the European Banking Authority, and the European Central Bank groups. We have a plan to do more on this area and together with other stakeholders, make this transition an opportunity for a fair and more fair and inclusive society. In brief, our actions include the continuous engagements with stakeholders, developing the capacity to address climate and environmental risks, conducting research and providing statistical data on environmental issues, assessing the financial system's exposure to climate and environmental risks, exploring ways to enrich our macroeconomic forecasting models, financial stability monitoring and supervisory approaches, applying sustainable and responsible investment principles in our non-monetary policy portfolios, and of course, reducing the environmental impact of our own operations. Now, the focus of central banks and supervisory authorities on these issues has increased during the last years, and especially after 2017, when the NGFS was launched. Back then, it was less than 10 members. By now, we are more than 140 members and observers. The Bank of Greece, of course, being a member since 2019. The NGFS works for the development of best practices and analytical work and aims to support the global action and response required to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. For example, we are working on climate scenarios for central banks and supervisors. All the work is publicly available so as to provide a common reference point for central banks working on climate change and trying to implement all these parameters in the business strategies and the risk management frameworks. Recently, the NGFS also published its work program for the next couple of years. A new task force was also set up for the study of biodiversity loss and the implications of this critical issue as well. Now, in closing, I wouldn't like to take much more of your time. I would like to stress the role of multilateralism and international synergies. I think it's the SDSN is a great example. The newly established Climate Hub is also giving us a lot of hope for the future and the next month as well ahead of the COP28. We have all seen that collective action at the global level is of paramount importance. We've seen it also with the COVID pandemic. We can see it also in the context of climate change policies, that collaboration and coordination on the design of policies and the implementation of measures is critical and necessary if we are to address the threats successfully. We've seen that international organizations and fora, just to name a few, the G7, G20, the OECD, the IMF, the World Bank, the NGFS, and the Glasgow Alliance, Finance Alliance for Net Zero, have all a key role to play towards an effective global response to climate crisis. And notably, the G7 also announced its intention to establish the Climate Club to support effective implementation of the Paris Agreement. So in so many ways, the work that the SDSN is doing is very important to build upon the long history of international efforts and progress made to tackle climate change. And with that, I'd like to wish you best of luck to all your endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for this viewpoint of the financial sector and the central banks. And last but not least, the minister in the beginning talked about resilience. This was a key word. Well, we're approaching 3 hours straight, and we are showing resilience. Last presentation by Louise Etterstorm. She's the founder and chairwoman of the board of directors, New and Partners Impact Productions. It's a production company for impact and social movements, and co-chair of Novus and We the Planet, chief marketing officer, CMO of the UNGSF. The screen is yours for the next, hopefully, even less than 7 minutes, if possible, so that we don't start losing. But you have the last word.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dear ministers, professors, excellencies, thank you, Phoebe, Jonas Svensson, and Roland Schartz for this opportunity. It's an honor to be here today and to share this room with everyone. For over 2 decades now, my colleagues and I have been working with as an upon an act crisis response team in the entertainment industry. And that is because it's been very hard for these two worlds to meet each other when it comes to ambassadors. Because we have one industry that is made for collaborations in brand building and so on. And then we have, for example, the 17 SDGs. And we have seen a lot of issues when ambassadors are coming in and representing a larger issue. And they're taking away the agenda of what's really is important. So what we have done and what we really want to do and what we're striving for is to build a new infrastructure, an infrastructure that is designed for the industry, for NGOs, for the SDGs, where larger groups of people that these celebrities and culture architects have, that they're pushing on, will now work together with institutions and so on. And what we have done is that we have done a lot of research together with different culture architects, basically. And what we're looking for now is that we're looking to collaborate with scientists, institutions, and so on, to really find a way. I mean, it's seven years left until 2030. And we believe that if we can take the infrastructure that is in the entertainment industry within clothes and branding and put that into the SDGs with the efforts and initiatives that are being done there, we believe that it can go way faster. And that is one thing that we have heard as well, is something that people are looking for. Are we going to meet these goals within 2030? So yeah, so we are very interested in open up collaborations, and also when it comes to ocean clusters, and add culture architects and community leaders into those clusters as well, and teach them about the science and engage them in a larger scale instead of bringing them in as an ambassador for one moment or as a speaker. So yeah, so that is what we are striving for, and I'm going to keep it very short. And yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity, and I look forward to hear more from a lot of you here today.
Thank you so much. Short and sweet, and the importance of collaboration and communication. with the ambassadors and all the other activities around it is very important. Thank you so much. And with this happy note, and this high note and happy note also, we close this session. Thank you so much. We'll have a 10-minute break. It's impossible not to have a 10-minute break. And then the next one will start. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So before beginning with the actual work with the Climate Hub and the possible contributions that we can have in the Climate Hub framework, I would like to give the floor to the Counselor of the Embassy of Egypt, the country that has hosted COP27. It was a good COP, one of the best ones. And as I said before, I've participated in 21 COPs. And it would be really nice to have an inside view of what are perceived as the wins and challenges of Sharm el-Sheikh. It is my pleasure and honor to have the Counselor Ahmed El-Hul from the Embassy of the Arab Republic of Egypt in Athens. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Professor. My thanks are for the organizers of this prominent workshop for us to be here as we are discussing the results and the aftermath of a very successful COP. We do really appreciate your testimony about that. It's very important when you say that it was a successful one. We do agree with you, and we do appreciate your intake and vision and participation in it. As it was not pre-planned for this intervention to take place, for me to talk in front of you today, I will try as much as possible to be brief and short, not to take a lot of your time and to interrupt the proceedings of this session. It's just that we felt that it's very important to, as we are discussing here, the outcomes of COP27 and all that took place in the conference, is to give you a small synopsis of what happened, what took place, the results, the outcomes, so that you are like in the scene of the deliberations of COP. First of all, I will just give you some very brief factual numerical numbers about COP. It was attended by 112 heads of states and government, which put it among the top of the previous COPs with regards to high-level participation, be it from heads of states or governments or heads of international organizations. Total number of participants were almost 38,000 people, including official delegations, private sector, NGOs, and this included 13,000 participants from the civil society, because really engaging with different stakeholders and all of the representatives of different entities that are interested in climate change work was of utmost importance for the Egyptian presidency. The total area of the pavilions in Sharm el-Sheikh for the conference was 30,000 square meters, which is almost double the pavilion area that was in Glasgow conference. All of these numbers makes Sharm el-Sheikh conference, according to the UN Secretariat estimates, the largest climate change conference per number of participants. One further thing is that the proceedings of the conference lasted for 2 additional days than it was originally intended to. It was intended to be 12 days. It went to 14 days, 39 more hours of deliberations, given the complexity of the negotiation process about the different topics that was tackled by the COP and by the covering decision that was issued of it. Secondly, COP27 was, as everyone is aware more or less, is that it was divided into 3 main tracks. First track is the presidential high-level segment, which took place in the 7th and the 8th of November. Second track was the track of the partners and stakeholders, which was linked to 12 thematic days, covering various and wide range of areas of interest. And the third one was the negotiations track. Before I go into the outcome of COP itself, it just needs to be highlighted the context that this conference took place in. From our point of view, this was very, very successful conference. Compared to the results of many previous ones, it really delivered on so many of the deliverables that it was tasked to come out with. But of course, there were some maybe limitations to replying or to going along with the ambitions that many wanted for them to have. But here is why I repeat that it is important to keep in mind the context of the global arena when this COP took place. This COP took place while there is a war ongoing, while there is an energy crisis of prices and availability, while there is a financial crisis that is tangled with high interest rates and the threat of economic recession and so on. It also comes with food crisis. It comes with, I don't want to say failure, but let me say that unsuccessful attempts from the developing countries to commit to the $100 billion annual pledge of the climate change work. It came also entangled at the end of the day also with the increasing number and severe disasters of climate change that took place this year, for example, in Pakistan, Nigeria, Europe itself, and even the United States. So this is very important to keep in mind because it did affect the deliberations, it did affect the focus, it actually shifted the focus of the world from the importance of climate change to tackle all of these different things. And it also affected the ability of major players and major powers in the climate change work to actually talk and to manage to reach results. However, with all of this, COP27 was still very successful in reaching very important results. First of all, it managed to reach an agreement to establish financing arrangements for developing countries to deal with the losses and damages, including a fund for losses and damages. I just want to pinpoint how important this feature was because it was something in the making for 30 years. 30 years there has been discussion on financial arrangements, and only here we managed to actually get an agreement on that and to agree on establishing this fund. Of course, the details of the fund and its working mechanisms needs to be discussed and agreed upon in the next COP, but this is a very, very well starting point. Secondly, there was an agreement on activating the mitigation work program, the MWP, for emissions reductions. And then at the end, when we had the governing decisions, we had the decisions that were issued by COP27, there were many topics that were included there either for the first time or highlighted even more than it was before. For example, there was reference to energy and energy transition, different funding mechanisms and call to reform funding practices, early warning systems, just transition work program, mitigation, oceans and forests, cooperation with non-governmental partners, and so on and so forth. So all of these things adds to the amount of success that this conference had. I'll just end with with one very small remark here. Just 2 days prior to the conclusion of COP27, G20 took place in Bali, in Indonesia. And G20 is only a group of 20 countries, and it did not manage to achieve any further ambitions or declarations with regards to climate action or the international goals in this regard. It merely managed to keep the reference to the Glasgow decisions on oil and coal. So to ask more by a conference which was attended by 194 countries, and yet this conference managed to deliver. So some talks that say that this COP didn't raise to the global ambition. From our side, we respectfully disagree, and we can argue against that, saying that this actually managed to be a very successful one given the complicity and the confluences of the international global circumstances that we had. Thank you very much, and sorry if I took a long time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. And thank you for making the connection between the COP and G20 and even G7 later, because it's important that whatever we pledge transposes into national implementation challenges. And and a deep understanding that we need to move fast with regards to the implementation. And that was the main message, I think, from Sharm el-Sheikh. And it was, I think, a very successful message that mobilized the financial and the business sector. And I do think also the state actors as well. So now we have reached the part where the researchers involved in the hub, or to be involved in the hub, are really bringing in their models, their methods, their techniques in order to really develop detailed, specific pathways for climate neutrality and climate resilience. This is what is missing for implementation. So we are all convinced that we have to transform. We know that the technologies exist and more are coming in the near future. We know that a lot of policies have been imposed, policies, regulation, and laws, but how are we actually going to use the policy framework, the technologies, and the social innovation, and the financing instruments to really achieve implementation? Our first speaker is Ian Bateman. Ian is a world-renowned environmental economist. He's the most prominent figure of our European Association Environmental and Resource Economists, and he does, I think, not only leading work, but eye-opening work with regards to land use. Ian, the floor is yours. I hope that you are still connected and you have 7 minutes to showcase what you have already done that can prove extremely useful in this effort to identify European pathways for sustainability, but also to enlarge this effort to the global scene. This is the mission of the Global Climate Hub.
Sorry, okay. I'm going to share my screen. Can you hear me okay, Phoebe?
Yes, you have rights, I think.
Excellent, that's great. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Lovely, thank you very much. Well, first of all, I want to thank Phoebe and the whole group for inviting me. It's a great honor to be able to talk to you. I want to talk briefly about something that I call the integration imperative. And to illustrate that, I want to start by looking at the outcomes of COP27. I agree with the previous speaker, some fantastic progress. I won't go through these, you're aware of what they are, but I do feel that there is, and I'm sure the previous speaker would agree, plenty of work that's needed now. In particular, I want to talk about the disconnect that we have between global policies and the national decision-making that we see within countries. This is how we see the world. Okay, it's an integrated whole, but this is not how policy typically sees the world. It sees policies to do with urban areas, to do with woodlands, uplands, agriculture, waterways, and the climate. Very disconnected. And you can see this reflected in the disconnect of legislation that you see. These are UK legislation, but you can see this for almost any country in the world. The reality, however, is the world is connected. So if we make a decision, my area is land use, if we make a decision about land use, for example, we want to increase carbon storage, that is not the only impact that that policy will have. It will impact across multiple different spheres. It will affect food production, imports, exports, incomes, water, biodiversity, all of these things. If we ignore these real-world connections, then the very best we can hope for is that our policymakers will provide us with very poor value for taxpayers' money. And at worst, decisions will incur massive costs and overlook huge opportunities. The reality is that we're facing a highly connected challenge. We have problems such as climate change going on at the same time as a biodiversity crash and a general decline at a terrifying rate in natural capital. And instead of recognizing this complexity, what we see is, I would say, almost simplistic policies being offered, such as let's plant some trees. Now, I'm not going to disagree with the fact that planting trees can be a good idea, but let's just use that as an example of what you really need to think about with any policy. And the first is that current land use is not random. It's the result of a variety of processes coming together. When we change that land use, it has multiple effects. For example, the UK is planting nearly 1 million hectares of trees, which is a lot for such a small country. It's almost certainly going to affect imports and exports of food. The potential is that we plant a tree in the UK and in effect fell 3 trees in the Amazon to provide food. This is not connected thinking. So we need to bring this in. We need to recognize that we can change land use, but we need to be very careful about the future land use options that we choose. So suppose we do decide that, yes, planting trees is a good idea because they soak up CO2. We need to think about those wider food and production related issues, imports, exports. We also need to recognize that trees are very far from the only thing that are going to be affecting carbon dioxide and greenhouse gas storage, that this is a very long-term process, that there are risks associated with this. For example, climate change is altering the risks of pest and disease problems, it's raising fire risks. If we make decisions based on information now, we might really regret that in 30 and 40 years' time. Other impacts, changing land use. As I said, it affects biodiversity, it affects the water environment, it can change flood risk, it can actually affect carbon storage in very different environments. Now, I'm the first to recognize that this is a complex story, and it's a much more complex than just saying, let's plant some trees. So I think academics have to rise to this challenge, and I don't think we have to date. I think we've produced a lot of research papers that are of almost no help to policymakers. We need to actually co-design decision support systems with the people that are going to use them so that they know what will happen when they change policy, how this will change land use, and how this will change outcomes. We're trying to do that in my own research centre, and we're working with the UK government, building tools that actually allow you to do this. And just to close by illustrating this, the government asked us to advise on their planting scheme, and we said, yes, we'll be happy to do that, but we're actually going to answer the question twice. First of all, we're going to tell you what happens when you, as a government, do the usual thing, which is just throw a lot of money at the problem. When you do that, landowners are going to be picking up that money not based on the amount of carbon that's fixed, but rather on the amount of profit that they will generate and the amount of food revenues they'll lose. When you do that, you get planting in a certain area of the country. And when you add up the benefits of this, you find it's not even worth doing because the amount of carbon stored is minimal and the impacts on other ecosystems are actually negative. But it doesn't have to be this way. We can use the tools and knowledge that we have to undertake an integrated decision support system, and to bring in all of the consequences of change. Many of them we can actually value in economic terms. Those that I don't think we can still add binding constraints to make sure that we're not damaging related systems like biodiversity. When we do that, we come up with very different decisions. In this case, we plant in very different places, and we generate much better benefit cost outcomes. So in summary, micro policy and decision making must align with macro global objectives, and we actually do have the knowledge to deliver decision support systems to meet this challenge. We're just not doing it very often. We must help policymakers recognize the environment is an integrated system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian. This is exactly the spirit, how the micro should connect to the macro level policies, because not only you need the micro detail to get it right, but you also need the micro detail to get it implemented. So this is our aim, our endeavor, and hopefully we will have the capacity to expand case studies on this structure across the world, to showcase the value of microanalysis, which is, as we think, the only way forward to implementation. Thank you very much, Ian. I would like now to ask Professor Petersen to come in with the energy side. The modeling of the energy sector. Is Professor Petersen on board? Okay, thank you very much. DTU, Technical University of Denmark, my other home, together with the Athens University of Economics and Business. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Do you see the screen?
Yes.
Great.
But can you do slideshows so that we have the full?
Like
lovely.
This.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yes, thank you very much. My name is Rasmus, and I'm from the Technical University of Denmark. And today I will be talking about the energy system and energy transition. And like the previous speaker, whenever we are looking into the future energy system, we are seeing this integrated energy system, where we have multiple energy resources converted into different systems, power, thermal, gas, which can be connected between different countries. And then these can be used to supply the energy needs for the consumer. So what we are doing is going away from this, let's say, previous silo thinking and having a linear consumption pattern, which we have seen for many years, and going to towards this more integrated energy system perspective, where we do have connections between the different energy sectors, between the different energy vectors, and additional energy streams can be utilized in a smart and cost-efficient way in other processes. And what we have been doing in the research group where I'm in, we are using a big energy system model where we have all the different supply technologies, let it be wind, solar, etc., conventional technologies. We are adding on all the fuel prices. We can also simulate all the taxes and subsidies needed. And what we are simulating is the full energy system. So both the power, the heating, industries, heating in individual uses, and also the transport system, to come up with some capacity development plans for different countries or regions or Europe as a whole or other nations. We can simulate the dispatch, so make sure that the production and the supply is meeting each other at each time step. And then we can investigate different CO2 emission pathways. So how can we achieve the reduction targets as we have put on. This model is an old one. It was first released in 2001, and it's considered one of the first open source energy system models. And it has a widespread application, both on European countries, but also worldwide, in Mexico, India, Vietnam, etc. And it's very useful for developing scenarios for decarbonization pathways. It covers all the main energy sectors, and it builds upon a technology-rich catalog of technologies, and then it can allow high spatial and temporal resolution, which is important because we have more and more production, which is fluctuating. So one of the ways that we have been using this modeling framework is with the case of Europe. So come up with European decarbonization pathways with different resources in different locations. And we are from Denmark, so we have had a closer look in the North Sea and seeing energy hubs and energy islands. What is the role of that in a future energy system? And then we can zoom in, because one thing is these, let's say, broader pathways showing the pathway towards a decarbonized society in the future. But it's also important to zoom in on regions, for example, the Nordic regions, or even countries, to come up with decarbonization pathways, which encompasses more details for the specific country. So kind of trying to capture the different level of details needed for making the different decarbonization pathways, seen from a European perspective, regional, and then down to the national. We have, for example, lately used this for looking into the need for hydrogen and the hydrogen infrastructure, which is one of the most debated aspects currently. So trying to capture some of these potential benefits, for example, the Nordic countries have with a lot of onshore, offshore wind potentials, district heating, biomass availabilities, and then see with the competition of the solar in the south. What is the need for a hydrogen infrastructure, and what about the import from different countries? And what we do see is that we can rely on benefits from different parts of the world, or Europe here, which can make the system more cost effective in the future. And then we of course need to take care of all the details, because the devil is in the detail. So trying to do it with a bit more complicated modeling methods. And we also need to capture the uncertainty, because the uncertainty is something we need to be better at pointing out whenever we are doing this big decarbonization pathways. So in our research group, we have had a methodology, and this is a bit technical, sorry about that, but where we try to capture the global space of solution and try to quantify and identify the most influential parameters, and then putting it into an uncertainty analysis, so we can really show the space of solutions in the future for these decarbonization pathways. So to sum up, we are working a lot in this integrated energy system perspective, as the previous speaker was also thinking about. We need to look at all the synergies and interconnections between energy sectors and energy vectors. And that is how we perform our decarbonization pathway. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I look forward to our collaboration in this energy transition. And I'm also very interested, we are all very interested in the integration of the energy and the land use system, the two big systems that need to become climate neutral and climate resilience. And I like the fact that both modeling approaches that we have are able to disaggregate and downscale. Thank you very much for being on board. Next, I would like to call Thanos Giannakopoulos, professor at the Athens University of Economics and Business, director of one of the research labs on modeling and forecasting methods that is part of the Alliance of Excellence for Research and Innovation that we have, and also doing a lot of great work in collaboration on the land, energy, food modeling side under uncertainty. Thano, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Phoebe. So thank you for inviting me at this very interesting, very very inspiring workshop. It's a great honor for me to be part of it and part of this climate modeling hub. I would like to present a sample of our recent work on modeling. Our modeling in general focuses on socioeconomic scenarios, uncertainty, and planning. So essentially, we like to integrate the climate scenarios, the hard science, climatology climate scenarios into economics and social science. And I'm going to present a sample of our joint work with you, George Papagiannis, on how we can use certain techniques for modeling the interaction between food, population, and climate. So I'm going to present first our methodological framework, then give a small sample of probabilistic population modeling. Probabilistic modeling is a part of our methodology that I would like to stress upon. Then give a sample of economic drivers projections, and then finally a case study in which we try to integrate all these approaches into studying food security in the Mediterranean. So concerning the methodological framework, we work a lot with scenarios, and by scenarios we mean possible realizations of an uncertain future based on prior knowledge of the system under consideration and the fundamental laws that govern it. An important part of our methodology is that scenarios are probabilistic. So we don't report point estimates. We focus rather on reporting probability distributions concerning the quantity under consideration and derive predictions from that in a sense, in a way that we get self-consistent and intrinsic definitions of what we mean high, low, and medium. And I'm going to make that clear in the near future. We also focus a lot on model uncertainty. A scenario is a particular realization of the future. However, in real life, we never know which scenario will actually materialize. So we have to face model uncertainty. And because of that, there is need to work across scenarios, and there is need to place a weight of evidence for each scenario. And then when it comes to decision making, we have to evaluate the situation using all possible scenarios with an appropriate weight. So using recent techniques from the theory of risk management, we try to work across scenarios and provide robust solutions to decision making. So the source of uncertainty we deal with are various. For the application, I'm going to present here the key drivers of assessed uncertainty for socioeconomic change are population. This is well modeled, well documented in the shared socioeconomic pathways, and climate, which are well documented in the representative concentration pathways. Now, population and climate strongly affect all socioeconomic variables, so we place a lot of effort in modeling properly population change as well as climate modeling. These affect all socioeconomic variables: growth, GDP, labor force, technology factors, productivity factors, food security, and so on. Furthermore, these scenarios concerning these two key drivers can be combined to grasp a better understanding of interaction between the key drivers of uncertainty. It's important to stress that both SSPs and RCPs are not probabilistic in nature. So an important thing is here I'm presenting the specification of the scenarios. You see, for example, that in SSP1, you have that fertility has to be low, high life expectancy has to be high. You never know how low is low, how high is high. So this is one problem with non-probabilistic scenario planning, non-probabilistic modeling, is that you give point estimates, and these scenarios, which are very interesting and very well documented and used, are difficult to implement. So we try using probabilistic modeling to put our effort in intrinsically generating the scenarios, intrinsically defining what the scenarios should look like. Okay, here's a graph on the combination between different scenarios. So that would give us a better idea of interaction between different factors of uncertainty. And now let me give a few brief examples. So when it comes to probabilistic population modeling, we use a lot the probabilistic extension of the UN population model by Rafter and co-workers, which is based on a standard bookkeeping equation, which essentially monitors the population change in terms of the fertility, life expectancy, and migration. But however, what we do is we try to turn this bookkeeping equation into a hierarchical Bayesian framework, hierarchical Bayesian model that allows us to predict future evolutions of the world population by taking into account the prior knowledge of the system. So using the extensive UN database, you can create probabilistic scenarios for the population densities of the future future population in different countries, different times, using the relevant probabilistic densities and priors for births, life expectancy, and migration. So here's a sample of how this works. So you can work either at a national level or at a regional level. So the model works on a country level. Here, possible projections for the total population of Egypt under the various SSPs, or the total population of Greece. It's important to say that these paths are essentially quantiles, so they give us each projection with a probability weighting, which is important when it comes to probabilistic modeling. And of course, you can aggregate at the regional level. So on the bottom graph, you see the projections under the various SSPs in the Mediterranean region, the whole of the Mediterranean region. Now, the other type of modeling we're involved with are economic drivers projections. One of the models we use is a global general equilibrium model called MAGE, introduced by Fourier and co-workers, that models GDP at country level using three major production factors: capital, labor, and energy. The model is essentially a Cobb-Douglas production function. And again, the model parameters are fitted on historical global data, and the model is used to provide future projections. When it comes to labor, that's where population comes in, and we try to integrate our probabilistic modeling of population in the economic drivers projection modeling. So here's again an example. This can work again both at the national level and at the regional level. And on the top panel, there's some projections under different SSPs for GDP, labor force, and energy consumption, for example, in Greece. Again, you can aggregate at regional levels at the Mediterranean region and give certain policy instruments in terms of future evolution. So as a case study, a closing case study, I will present our recent modeling of food security in the national scale in the Mediterranean. So the model is broken up into two parts. It estimates the need for food This is where population comes very importantly in. This is the inelastic need for food based on population estimates, probabilistic population estimates. And then the second part of the model is estimating food system capacity. This is obtained through a three-layer coupled model, which works on the environmental level. So, for instance, models water stress, which then is fed into the domestic food production, and then models food system capacity, which includes possible imports and so on. It's interesting to stress that the model has policy-dependent features, SSP-dependent features, and RCP-dependent features. So you can integrate, you can introduce what we call the food security index. This is the possible lack of the possible failure of the food system capacity to cover the total need for food. And then you can actually work out scenarios concerning this food security index. And you can work either within scenarios, so within the various SSPs or RCP scenarios, which is the top panel, or you can even work across scenarios. So using model averaging techniques to obtain robust estimates concerning the food capacity of the system, giving certain weights on the various SSPs or RCP scenarios. So here's a small sample of the type of modeling we're interested in. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would be very glad to answer questions either by email or in person.
Thank you very much, Thanos. This is the effort to transpose our modeling into a probabilistic framework, because one thing is crucial in this transition. We have high levels of uncertainty, and we all know as we move along into the future, in longer time horizons, uncertainty becomes higher, and it's a crucial element of this transition, how to handle this uncertainty. So this uncertainty affects both the micro scale and the macro scale, and is crucial to be integrated into the modeling. I have to confess that I am rearranging the program so that you can see a holistic structure of the hub. It would be nice to have my presentation just to remind you where we are on the hub and how the next presentations are going to fit in. At the moment, we've talked about climate and energy modeling, and climate, land use, water, food, energy, biodiversity nexus modeling. We are going to have another presentation on the land use and climate modeling. So again, focus on the fourth unit of the hub. And this will be given by Martin Drew from a Technical University of Denmark, and who we collaborate for quite some time. I don't know if Ralph is also on board. Martin will tell us. And then we will have an attempt, a methodology for integrating the different models that will be presented by Chrissy Laspidou. So that Chris's intervention will conclude the climate, energy, and land use modeling, and then we will move to Unit 1, climate data, Unit 2, atmospheric physics, and then climate and health, and we take it with the right order then. So, Martin, please, if you can share your screen and start, that would be lovely.
Well, I was actually sitting and waiting for Ralph for the other part of the presentation I need to give because he should also come up here now.
I'm here. I'm here, Martin.
So, you are here, and I just got the slides. Okay, just a second.
And I see Ralph, so it's great that you're both here. Great.
Okay, so that was the. Let me just see here. Good. Just a moment. So we're kind of going to give this together. So I am going to start, and then I'm going to give over to Ralph, and then I'm going to finish again here. So let me just share my screen then. So here we are, and I apologize for this. I just came out of teaching. So, so thank you for this opportunity to actually present a little bit on what Ralph and I will do in support of the theme on climate, land use, water, food, energy, and biodiversity nexus modeling, which is very much linked to a lot of the work that we've been doing before, and to a whole boatload of projects. Now, I don't know if this has already been presented. It probably has, but one of the key themes in this thing is to be aware of the fact that the climate system and land use surface processes are highly interconnected, and which has relevance for a lot of different things, including the water, food, energy the nexus, and a lot of other the nexuses, including biodiversity and so on. And hence, we need to really go beyond just looking at things in different silos, but to really embrace land use dynamics and changes in land use and water management in order to understand some of the things that are actually befalling us, and also in terms of preparing for these things. So one of the things that we are going to be looking at as part of the Climate Hub is to really try to mix or sort of merge climate models with land use change scenarios in various ways, both sort of directly and indirectly, where you could say that the current way the world is that basically you run climate models and you superimpose that onto land use models without any feedbacks, without any dynamics, and that means in the end that the decisions we make actually maybe do not take this sort of dynamics into account, which may lead to maladaptation, and in other words, maybe just very bad decisions. Secondly, of course, and that's very linked to this, is to identify then the different mechanisms wherein that we need to take into account where this thing, because not in all cases what I just said would maybe be meaningful, but in many cases by identifying the different drivers of the dynamics, we also know basically or learn what sort of hammer we should use for actually different jobs. And that means looking at climate variability and looking at also at the extreme events that, especially for an adaptation case, is sort of very important to look at. Now, this is not something that we are doing alone, and I think this has probably already been presented, so I will just go over here by saying that in this field, there is a ton of different projects, very, very high-level projects, also predating Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe. One of them is Asinoe, one is Empethus, Nexogenesis, but there are many others. There are also many national activities in this game that we in this unit would like to actually embrace to the extent it makes sense. There are different very, very high level things like Phoebe's own ERC water futures, and there are also a range of networks. And I've mentioned two major things going on at the moment. One is the European Climate Research Alliance, which is a research alliance of leading climate research institutions, where these things, where both Ralph and I are co-leaders of different collaborative programs in, which basically seeks to support this whole thing. And the second thing is the linkages with initiatives, not just the IPCC initiatives and other things, but also European initiatives like the European Climate Risk Assessment, which right now is ongoing, and which will whose purpose is to feed the next Commission with a risk assessment that will sort of form the next climate policies in Europe. So there's a lot of keywords here. So let's be a little bit concrete, and I'll hand over to Ralph, and who will now add a little bit about activities in different projects.
Thank you very much, Martin, and thank you, everyone. Thank you, Phoebe, for having me and for having us. So we would like to highlight just a couple of examples on ongoing initiatives that we find extremely relevant in this for this Global Climate Hub, because we address a magnitude and a multitude of topics that link very well to this whole initiative. So the one project that I assume has been mentioned already is the Athena project, which deals with climate resilient regions through systemic solutions and innovations. It's a project, quite large one, funded in the Horizon 2020 Green Deal. It is led by Chrissy Laspidu. I don't know if Chrissy is around. I didn't see her in the list yet, but maybe I just missed her. Chrissy is leading that project of 41 partners from 15 countries. And this whole idea is built on a 3-tier approach. Martin, maybe you can click 3 times, please. Thank you very much. So the systems innovation approach is at the heart of our system understanding. So the means we want to establish here in a very well interconnected project is to look at the system as a whole, holistic analysis, to better understand the different elements and features of what makes a region climate resilient. The second element, it's a climate innovation window. It deals with the development of solutions and tools that can be directly linked to these overall targets that were specified before. And then finally, the innovation packages shall be put in place over 9 selected case studies that span all across Europe in a very large diversity of topics and a very large diversity geographically. And maybe if you go to the next slide. All right, and click twice. So thank you. So this is the distribution of the case studies in the Athena project. And the colorful dices, they represent individual topics that are most prominently placed in this, and where we believe that it is fundamental to try and work on these specific elements to create climate resilient and sustainable development pathways for these regions. And they can come along very different kind of problems that we need to deal with. And the one example I would like to show deals with the drinking water supply in the region of the Main River. So the Main River is the one circled in red, right in the center of the European continent. And you see the display of the drinking water supply in Bavaria or in central or southern Germany, where you see lots of pipeline connections that are already established today and that are in place today, because the region of Lower Franconia, where most of the Main River basin lies, is not capable of providing drinking water to everyone in the region. So it is dependent on support from the outside, and that typically comes from the south of Bavaria. So now this is a topic that is currently being dealt with, and the adaptation to our current situation is in place. But as the IPCC report also clearly states, that current adaptation means will no longer suffice in future climate conditions. And we can see that very clearly if you go to the next slide or click once. Yeah, thank you. So what you see on this image is and one click more, on the upper part of this area, you see gauging stations, and it's indicated the mean available runoff in gauging stations along the Main River. And you see that all the river gauges in that region are expected to experience a quite drastic decline in available water. So the issue of drinking water supply as a major building block of climate resilience, very obviously, is about to fail under current adaptation measures. So we need to find innovative solutions to cope with this problem. It's not so easy as to just build additional pipelines, because the water needs to come from somewhere, right? So this is just the one example from the Athena project. And if you go to the next slide, then there's another project I would like to highlight. It's funded from the provincial government in Bavaria. The CLIMAX project firstly dealt with the detection of floods and how flood situations might impose additional risks and threats to our region. And what you see here is a map of the extreme precipitation. This is the 10-year return period of precipitation The upper left slide indicates the current situation, and then you see 3 further slides that indicate the future course of development. And we can see that practically all across continental Europe and mostly Scandinavia and the British Isles and Ireland, we see a quite substantial increase in extreme precipitation. And this also shines in the Main region, where we can make the connection to the Climex, from the Climex project to the Athena project. Here, as a paradox to what I said before, where we experience a strong decline or decrease in mean annual runoff, we see a very strong intensification of 1 in a 100-year flood events in that same region. So this is also something to be considered in future adaptation pathways and in connection to global climate developments. And maybe if you click to the next slide, please, Martin. The second phase of the Climex project now deals with droughts. This can be understood in a situation where we had dry and heat conditions in 2015, 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2022. There's an increasing awareness that floods may not be our only problem. It may not even be our largest problem. It may be droughts that can be our problem. And so, as Martin pointed out before, we are currently working on building a new modeling system, a modeling system chain, to consider the interconnections of climate and land use management change and their impacts on hydrometeorological extremes across scales. And if you look at these images that you see here, up to the left side, you see the very well-known sustainable shared socioeconomic pathways, And if we put this into a connection to land use, then this doesn't happen out of the blue. So if we make assumptions on a shared socioeconomic pathway, this comes along with changes in land cover path. And you see on the upper row, the SSP 126, and the lower row, the SSP 370. And you can clearly see that the land use patterns change dramatically in these 2 assumptions on shared socioeconomic pathways. And now we see this on a continental scale, but we also need to bring it down to where people actually operate, and they operate in river basins. So the next and final slide from my side would be, as we can discover from climate projections that the drought risk is increasing. You see this to the left side, the 4 maps of Europe, or large parts of Europe at least, where you can see, especially in the summer months, the lower left bar in June, July, and August, that the drought risk is increasing dramatically. Then we need to build a new modeling concept that is displayed in this workflow to the right, where we link land use models that operate on local to regional scales with rather sophisticated process-based hydrological modeling that can be supported by data-driven models, so using AI and machine learning techniques to try and fill some existing gaps in the data that we have, to try and find what are the most appropriate land use management systems that can help to work and counteract the effects of an increasing risk of drought in our region. So this just to give you a couple of examples that illustrate on what we are currently working on together with Martin and myself. That's why we chose to put this together. And now back to Martin.
Yes, and I'm just gonna sort of wrap up here, and because I will. And by showing you this thing, because I mean, one of the things that we're doing in this unit is also, I mean, all these things are linked across. So in order to illustrate that, I wanted to show you this one, because now you have already looked at the energy systems modeling. But if you look at this plot, which is from a work I was part of doing a couple of years ago, together with our energy systems analysts and at DTU. We basically looked at up here in terms of the of energy scenarios produced by the Times EU energy system model, which is a very well-known model, who was running 3 different scenarios from which we took the knowledge or the predictions in terms of need for bioenergy production, which of course very heavily links to water and water footprints. Also links to actually emissions, and altogether is a high-level policy mark. Now, one of the things we did was at a national level and at a European level is to look at what does that mean in terms of water impact, because that affects very much, as was already mentioned, drinking water, industrial water, all kinds of water. And what you see here is that in all 3 scenarios, what Times EU came up with was that we have a very large temporary temporary need for oils for bioenergy production to actually feed the world that we live in now. And that means, in terms of water, an enormous water demand, which actually, if you went into the national level, you would see would be especially, I mean, a lot of these things predicted on national level in these model runs actually point to the sort of Mediterranean as being the place where some of these different oils for the bioenergy production should be made. However, as illustrated by what Ralph already showed, and also by these two plots here, actually the highest water stress in the future we definitely expect in those regions where the energy system models tell us that we should grow a lot more oil-based crops that are very water intensive. So this thing about coupling climate thinking holistic in very different ways is very much the key of the whole Climate Hub, and also something that we consider, as just mentioned in this unit. And as just sort of a just preview of things to come, this is something that we try to actually address, not just in running projects, but also in future projects. So I just want to share with you that we, together with several of the Athena partners, just recently submitted a small proposal for the Water for All co-fund action in Europe, where we exactly try to embrace some of the same methodologies that was just shown for the Main River, in terms of mixing a living lab, a living lab approach, a place where you really involve people together with very high quality modeling, machine learning, a lot of breakthroughs and different things in order to bridge gaps and to basically advise, as is the case of this proposal, how to implement nature-based solutions that can both deal with extremes, with mean conditions, with extreme conditions, that can sort of bring the knowledge and the wisdom that we get from a lot of our work on sustainable development into action and make a difference, and also bring tools to the people that need them. And as mentioned here in this project proposal, we have already 2 of the Athena case studies included. So some of these things will happen no matter what, but these are definitely sort of an idea about how we are going to be working onwards in terms of bridging gaps from continental scales to national scales to local scales, in terms of offering the tools needed for a climate resilient and sustainable transition that sort of tackles the challenges of climate change and also sustainable development and many other aspects, even economic aspects, in now and in the future. And with that, we thank you for listening and give the floor to the next speaker.
Very much, Martin. Indeed, this is a big effort trying to identify the different scenarios for the socioeconomic pathways, transpose that into representative concentration pathways, and downscale the impacts of the different scenarios on the social and economic aspects, and by this downscaling, identify the optimal mixtures of technology, policies, and finances that can get us to sustainability. And downscaling at the micro level while being able to sum up at the macro level. This is the exercise, and it is quite complicated. And as you see, Vangelis Gerasopoulos, we need a lot of geospatial data for the natural sciences, and we need a lot of additional socioeconomic data to be integrated in a meaningful way in order to run all these models. So thank you very much. Let me then move to Chris Ilaspidou, Professor Chris Ilaspidou from the University of Thessaly, who does a lot of work on different modeling integration.
Hello, everyone. Happy to see my good friends there. Looking for me, I'm, here. I wanted to cheer hi before. All right, so let me just share screen. I assume that the presentation is open. Yes, it is open. All right. I gotta share screen. All right. No? No, I gotta share screen. I'm sorry. Something else. All right. So, yeah, it's very nice to come after these the speakers before. So, what I'm going to show you here is what would be a way to integrate all these different models. Of course, I guess this is a huge challenge. So we heard a land use model before, and then an energy model. And now we saw, the climate, the projections, the scenarios. How do you put all these together in one framework so you can see how they interact? Because this is, of course, reality doesn't happen in silos, but it happens in an integrated way. You integrate the systems and, of course, the socioeconomics and the people, as was shown, the population, all these things come together. So I will just show an example how we can do that using system dynamics to integrate the results, just to show that there is a lot of experience on Nexus projects. And of course, my colleagues before spoke about Arsenoi, that I coordinate this large project. And there is NexusNet, which is a cost action on the Nexus. There is BioNext, which just started, that looks into the Nexus and biodiversity with a focus on that in collaboration with the IPBES. And then Nexogenesis, of course, that is running now at, modeling the Nexus at the river basin level with transboundary river basins. There is Smarten, and there is SimForNexus, which is a project that has already concluded. But I want to show you what we did there, just to take an example of all that. So SimForNexus was a Horizon 2020 project called Sustainable Integrated Management for the Nexus of Water, Land, Food, Energy and Climate for a Resource-Efficient Europe. It was about 8 million euros, and it finished last year. So what we did here is we used these thematic models, which as thematic models, I will show you another slide. We mean these large established models that are integrated, that have, a lot of the different sectors all together, and each one of them has strengths and focuses on some sectors, but not on all of them. So the idea was to use outputs from them and to use data sources and climate change scenarios, and this way to try to put all of these together. So we run the models, and then we combine the outputs with complexity science methodologies, which we use system dynamics in our case. And at the end, we developed those Nexus models for specific case studies, and we saw how they behave in the future using the climate scenarios. For SimForNexus, we also developed a serious game, which was used, it targeted for policymakers, and of course for education, but it had all this hard science behind it. So it wasn't, it had gamification, but not really, it wasn't, it had all the serious science behind it to support the decisions. So Just very briefly, I show this. As you see the different the layers, you could go these show the scale from regional to national to European and then to global, continental and then global. And in each one of these layers, you would have your data sources. So it was, of course, a very data intense exercise, and data could come from all kinds of open databases, from GEOS, from Inspire, from, of course, Eurostat, Elstat, if you speak about the national statistical authorities, EEA, the JRC, all kinds of different, wherever we could find models, data, we got it. And then that feeds into the thematic models, which I will show, and you can see here, E3ME, Magnet, Capri, Image Globio, Osmosis, Swim, and Magpie. So all these then were feeding, we were creating the scenarios, and then these would feed into the system dynamics model. And at the end, we had a knowledge elicitation engine that combined all these, and it gave alternatives in policies. So this could be the step where we develop the pathways. And this could be, I mean, in SymphorNexus, we were doing it as a game with policy cards. So the user could use several policies. You would play the policy, and then you would see the effect on all different sectors. And then you could play another one and another one. And you had the years that the policies were running, and you had the effect of them overlapping. So this is just a little bit of the thematic models that I mentioned that we were using. So E3ME, as I said, E3ME, Magnet, Capri. So each one of them had different topics. As you can see, many of them are integrated, but none of them had at least the sectors that we wanted. And the coverage also, the geographical coverage might vary. Also, the time steps may vary, the scale may vary, the resolution. All of these are usually not, all identical. So if you want to combine the outputs, there is a lot of work to be done into making them, bringing them in the same, systematically in the same format, in the same time step, and integrating them all together. So we had different case studies. This is a very long presentation, so I will run through and just stop where it should be. So our case studies, and I invite you to look into this, there were regional and national, and also, as I said, European, and then a global case. But I will show you the one that we ran for Greece. So for Greece, we also went to the lengths of modeling the different river basin districts. So we had 14 sub-models into one model, into one national model. And there was, this was kind of fun to see how, if you change something at the regional level, what is the effect at the national level? Or if you have a national policy, how that trickles down to the regional policy. So we had them all identified, on both these levels. Of course, this was massive effort. We almost realized that, halfway through, that this was a bad idea to model all of this. But it was worth it at the end, because we have this really cool data set. So our data sources. We went everywhere we could find for Greece specifically. I'll just list a few of them. So data for tourism, that was important because of the seasonality in the demand on the resources. Of course, you can imagine how much stress, say, our islands go through that are already very dry, and they have this massive influx of tourists. And if there's any agricultural activity, stresses them on top, and then any energy that might need cooling. So all these are happening at the same time. The time scale is very important to see how things go to the red during, say, the summer. That is a very possible scenario. So tourism, we had all the arrivals, how many days they stayed, and where and how that the demand increased. For population, I saw what Professor Giannakopoulos presented. We used E3ME, the projections from E3ME, but we could integrate, of course, any kind of population data set. Energy was mapped with all the different power plants in Greece. This came from a lot of it from osmosis. We had, on the one hand, the power plants, the different fuel that they use, and we associated emissions, different emissions, if it's coal, different, if it's renewable, of course, different, if it is gas or oil. So these were all located in different river basin districts. And as you understand, depending on where these power plants are, you have different demands, say, for cooling water, because ours, a lot of them are geothermal power plants. At the same time, you have demand of energy at the household level, commercial, or tourism would be included in that, agricultural and industrial. So these were all mapped across the different river basin districts depending on the character. So if it's a heavily, for example, agricultural region such as Thessaly, where our university is, then you would have a lot of the demands happening there. And so we aggregated all this data at the RBD level, river basin district level, as I said, there was also the climate, so the greenhouse gas emissions associated with all the different uses. Okay, and then for water we used a lot of disaggregation algorithms, so it is not possible to find all the data you need in the shape that you wanted. So we tried to use, for example, ways to divide it across the different regions. So if you have a reliable number for your whole, for the nation as a whole, and with a nice granularity, then you can use other proxy variables to actually disaggregate it into the regions without at the end losing anything, because your total remains what it should be, and then you divide it using other proxy variables that we tried to devise. So based on data from Eurostat, and that some of them were identified at the river basin level, which was very nice. We managed to record all the water demands, irrigation, livestock industry, cooling water and desalination, and of course water supply, household. And we managed to split that in groundwater and surface water, which was also very powerful, because if you see Greece as a whole in water, you don't realize the hotspots. You have the west side, which is very rich in water supplies, and then the east side, which is has very poor, water resources. So if you see it as a whole, the picture is good, but you need to focus and see the regional effect. Then, if you combine it with the uses that are very intense, agricultural, for example, or energy or whatever it might be, you see the competition in the uses and you identify the hotspots. Wastewater treatment plants, there's a nice set from the ministry that we also mapped. And then crop data, we got all the crop data from Elstat with a nice, I mean, those were also available in Eurostat, but with a nice analysis, also with the irrigation system, whether it's furrows or drip irrigation, or say, all the other types of irrigation, and then the different crop types, the crop yields, and all the data were cross-checked with Capri, which Capri focuses on that. We went on the different inputs that the farmers are using for irrigation. And then we got irrigation water demand for the different places, for the different months, for our different crops. All of these were mapped. Then we had Potsdam Institute of Climate in the consortium, and they provided the climate data. Now in Arsinoe we have Ralph and Martin, the nice colleagues that you saw before. There we had PIC. So PIC was providing us for the different RCPs, the climate data. So how, depending on the scenario you want to run, how the climate, the precipitation and the heat and all this information in a grid, downscaled at a grid that would make sense for us. And then, of course, we used aggregation and the Thyssen triangles in order to get averages, spatial averages in our river basin districts for this data. As a total, we got pies. For example, this is agricultural water use, and on the outer you see total groundwater, surface water. So you would see how the water use differs for the different uses for the different regions, river basin districts, as you see there, for the 14 river basin districts. For agriculture, of course, Thessaly is a champion here with a lot of Thessaly is the orange, with a really high total, and agricultural much higher than the surface water. So there you see the difference, how the groundwater is stressed as compared to the surface water. And this has a different significance than just being stressed as a total. Industry, more in Attica, and then cooling water, you would see Western Macedonia, how big the load is on the water resources there, and how big the competition is, because as I think Professor Giannakopoulos showed, for food security, he linked it with water. So, for example, the limiting factor would be water for food security or land availability. But here for energy, it might be for us water, because our geothermal power plants are cooled with fresh water. And when there's a competition for agriculture and for tourism and for all these other uses, then you might see the hotspot being water for energy when coal is used, for example. And then household commercial, there you can see the importance of water being transferred from one region to the other. You see all these different interrelations. So just to show, so we took the situation as it is, and then we took the projections in the future. For tourism, we made assumptions. We had a 2% increase, and then the climate data was from PIC, and then I just want to show this. Then we modeled this in Stella. Stella is a system dynamics model where all these outputs were coming together. We decided on what we were going to run, and we put all these outputs together. And as you see, we had, these are like buttons. So climate, food, land use, water, and energy. You could click a button, and at the center you have tourism and population. They were driving, as you saw with the SSPs, they would be they were driving the demands a lot. And the arrows show the interlinkages. The way we have it, climate, we mean greenhouse gas emissions, so this only is the final point. So you see the arrows only going into climate. The others are driving forces, and you see all these systemic. So water is very interlinked, as you can see, with lots of arrows ending up on that. And you could make a change in one sector and then see a lot of changes in the other. I'm not going to go through all of these, of course, but you would click on land use. You see all the different land use buttons for your river basin districts. And then if you click in one of them, you would see the different crops for the river basin district. And all this exists for all of them. These little circles are the variables. And we show on the top these dominoes. So you make a change in one, and then you see land use, for example. You make a change in land use, you see domino changes and effects in all the other sectors. Food is there with all the crops, total food production. We had food, agricultural value is what we used as an endpoint, and we linked that with water. You know, how much water you spend for this much agricultural value. And of course, land use, very important. Energy, just showing the different demands on different types of energy for, fuels. And the loops, let me see where I know I have to finish. Yes, so at the end you have this this interlinked nexus, and you can add different elements. This is up to us to add and integrate results from different models that other colleagues in this beautiful climate hub that we are forming. So this we see system dynamics as a very strong tool that will enable us to integrate these data. Yeah, and I think I will stop here just to save the time for everyone. Thank you. Right. Let me just close this.
Thank you very much, Chrissy. Many models. There will be some more models showcased a bit later on climate and health and on socioeconomics, but all these models are data hungry. And the first unit of the Global Climate Hub is the Data and Platforms and Applications unit. And Natalia Manola is one of the managing partners, the head of this unit. Natalia Manola is a managing director at Athena Research and Innovation Center, where it's one of my homes, where I direct the Sustainable Development Unit, and she's also at the University of Athens, a researcher. She's also an incredible person leading the open science movement in Europe. He's leading the open air infrastructure, and basically she's bringing in this leadership to the hub in order to support data and digital needs. Natalia, the floor is yours, and we are going back in order. So the first unit of the hub is data and platforms.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Yes, very well.
Okay, let me thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the kind words. And what I will present here is our effort to bring many initiatives together and many of our knowledge and know-how. So I will try to be brief, and I will focus on one of the things that we would like to do as a start, because we have the knowledge, a science and technology observatory. So what does it mean? So let's see. Okay, how I will start with the slide that says, what we want to do, what is our vision on the climate data platforms and digital applications. So we have initially, and this is not something cast in stone, we have three areas that we want to work with. First is a science and technology observatory that I will speak about. Then a data hub, which we will need to sit, around the table with all the people that are doing all these models to see what is needed and how we can create this data hub. Probably not in a centralized format, so this is to be seen. And then what we call the digital services space or data space, which is a place that allows the operation and productions of models where they are operational, or a sandbox for new ones. So this is the vision and the view that we want. I will just focus now on the Science and Technology Observatory. Why? I will speak from my ongoing work in open air and what we're doing in observatories based on science, technology, and innovation. So what is it about? This is a place where we would like to aggregate, connect, and visualize data relative to the objectives of the climate hubs on how research is being conducted. So in a nutshell, who is doing what, and what are they producing, and how this can be used from the science perspective. How can it be used in the climate hub in order to see what technologies are being produced, what is the innovation, and how is the uptake. So it's about getting the inputs, the outputs, the outcomes, And what are the effects? So, this who is who and the organizations that are involved, we would like to know how to strengthen and how to discover and strengthen these networks, how we can bring people together from different disciplines. A lot of this is going on, but I think what is important is to have this observatory in order to make sure that we strengthen this. And then, of course, is not just about the academia and the scientific world, but who is using it outside. Then I think I just mentioned the why is that this is the monitor of the research activity at global scale, is assess their impact, the directive who's who, and the practices and outtake. Benefits very many for all of us. So just to the message here is that we want to we need to move into the future, knowing what is being done around the world today and in the past. We do not want to recreate. We do not want to duplicate efforts. So how do we propose to do that? So it's about the open data and the collaborations. We, in OpenAIRE, we're building the OpenAIRE graph, which is a graph of all research being done in the world, and what are the research outcomes, who is funding what data are they producing, software, services, operational. So we are in the business of making this happen. Also, Europe is a leader in this, but we also work with initiatives around the world. Why do we propose the OpenAIRE graph? Because this is based on open science principles, and we need to focus, any data on climate needs to have transparency, needs to be reproducible, and because we will all be called to be accountable. So policies are, we cannot really. We need to move forward with these principles. So it has a global coverage, and it's relevant for the community. Why? Because we allow through APIs communities to build on top. We allow communities to build indicators, and we allow communities to develop based on their needs. So this is the first thing. How, again, a methodological approach of the observatory. So we're starting from the OpenAIRE graph, and then we're building in the observatory. So the observatory, the principles that we need to target on is openness and transparency, coverage and accuracy. Policies are going to be created and to be based on this data, so we need to have coverage and accuracy. Clarity and replicability. Clarity because we will involve the community, and we need everyone to understand what is the back end mechanisms, what is at stake here. Then readiness and timeliness. Data is coming in, and data has to come in at a pace where the policies that we are developing based on this data on the STI landscape is up to date. And last but not least, we need a very good IT mechanism on the back, because we need to have trust and robustness. So those are the principles and the methodological approach for the observatory. But I think this has to be also carried out to many of what we heard and what we will hear today about the models. Now, I will just explain a bit how is an operational AI-driven data infrastructure of OpenAIRE put in place. So what we have here is we have more than about 10,000 data sources that we gather information, mainly metadata for the moment, but we in some cases for the SDSN STI observatory, we need to combine more types of data. So we are going through, this data is going through a pipeline in an operational system as is now, is aggregation, deduplication, text and data mining with big AI-driven mechanisms. to extract information and put semantics on this. And then what we're doing, what we are doing already is we have a community that develops indicators and validate the data, and this is for open air. Now we would like to have all of this infrastructure have a window and a view on the climate and the climate hub in order to make sure that we collect the right information. We have the right AI models in place to derive more information and semantics, and we have a community specific to this observatory that will be able to develop the indicators. So how is this community and indicators? Then, what we are working on, and this is what we would need to extend, is that we have a framework already in place where we have the inputs, the outputs, the outcomes, the effects, and the impact. Again, let me remind everyone that this is a science and technology and innovation observatory focusing on climate issues. This is what we are working on, and what we believe is that we need to work with the community in order to make sure, what do we keep out of this, and how do we extend, and how do we adapt to the specific case. What to keep in mind is that there are different levels of interest. So there is global, there is regional, there is national. So how do you get all of this big data around the world, and how do you focus on these things? And then we have a wide range of indicators. But as we are starting, I think we have the power to, by keeping it simple, to have very, very early results and to see the strength and the power of this observatory. I will not speak a lot on the many challenges of the data. So you can imagine there is a lot of heterogeneity out there. So we have the means to do standards and crosswork between different communities. Now, what does climate mean in this case, and what kind of data do we want to actually do? We have lots of problems when we talk about scientific output, from publications, from software, from data, on the metadata level, on the quality and the accuracy. So how can we trust this data, and who is the authority? So this is something that the community needs to do. And then we have the completeness, is how do you build this graph in a way that it gives you back the results that you want. So those are the challenges that we will face. But as I said, we're not starting from scratch. We're starting from a solid base. And so the open air knowledge graph, scientific graph will be there. But also we are starting from existing services. And I will just be very brief on that. So on the Open Air Explorer, we have the SDG classifiers, where we take all of the publications and then crosswalks to data and software, which are going to be coming. We collaborate with Athena Research Center, Aurora European University Alliance, and Australia to have, the communities out there getting all these, to classify how these publications, these research outcomes, is what goals do they target, or do they have? Not only what do they target, but also what do they produce, and we have this already in place. I think what we need is to go, a few levels deeper into this down. And then what we have already done, a pilot for a portal for SDSN in Greece, which we would like to base this on, and then we would like to make it global. So what is this service? This Open Air Connect service is a service that allows you to build what we call a portal or a gateway on top of the graph. What does this mean? It's a virtual research environment where somebody comes from the hub, and they are allowed to say, okay, you have the graph because this is an operational. This is what I want to get. These are the services. These are the keywords. This is the mining that I want you to do. These are the repositories around the world, or the journals that I'm interested in. So we offer a fully customizable service, now we are extending it with a lot of statistical tools and visualization. So this is our starting point, and this is where the unit and the data unit of the Global Hub will work on the beginning. This is just to give you an information on what it is there. And I think, Phoebe, this is what I would like to present now.
Thank you very much, Natalia. It would be crucial to have this backbone of the data observatory and platform for the Climate Hub, because without it, we are lost. The data needs are in so many formats and across the world that it would be impossible without the observatory and the relevant platform supporting it. Thank you very much for being on board. Our second unit at the Climate Hub is the atmospheric physics unit. Here we have Ioannis Kapsomenakis, researcher at the Academy of Athens, the Research Center for Atmospheric Physics and Climatology, and this is the research center that is supporting the atmospheric physics unit of the hub. Thank you very much, Yannis.
Okay, thank you very much, Phoebe, and it's a pleasure to be here with you. The mission of our unit is to calculate and study trends past and future based on satellites and other observations, as well as climate simulations. Also to study mitigation and adaptation strategies and understanding pollution and climate change interactions. Here I present a case study for the climate change hazards in the cultural and natural heritage places in the Mediterranean. We study the Mediterranean because it's a climate hotspot. The sign of the climate change is stronger than the global mean climate change. And here we have some examples of the results of extreme events, climate extreme events in cultural heritage sites. You see here wildfires in ancient Olympia, and also the last time that Venice is flooded. And so we try to see what is the change in these extreme cases because of the climate change. We focus in UNESCO sites in the Mediterranean, and our results are based in a huge ensemble of 21 simulations from the Eurocordex program. We study two scenarios, two RCPs. The one is a mitigation scenario, the RCP 4.5, and then there is the no action scenario, RCP 8.5. We check two periods. The one period is the current climate period, and the other one is the future period from 2020 to 2100. Here you can see that depending on the scenario, there is a different sign of the climate change. We study 6 climatic indices that is related to vulnerability in UNESCO cultural and natural heritage monuments. The first one is related to extreme heat, is the number of days that exceed the air temperature exceeds 37 degrees. Then we have an index that is related to extreme fire weather, an index that is related to extreme precipitation and flooding, the aridity index that is related to arid conditions, the number of frost nights, the sea level rise, and finally we want to see also the interaction between the climate change and the seismic hazard. In our presentation, we transpose the changes into a color scale, and that is linked to the hazard, the strength of the hazard, from no hazard is the green color to extreme hazards, the black, and also we assign a number from 0 to 4, depending on the strength of the hazard. And then we calculate an index that we calculate the combination of the climate hazard and the seismic hazards, and we name this index Heritage Hazard Index. Here you can see the changes. First is the extreme hot days, and you can see in every slide the left bottom is the no action scenario, the RCP 8.5. In the upper is the RCP 4.5. We can see that there is a contrast in these two scenarios. In every hazard, the sign of the hazard is stronger as we move as we look the no action scenario. You can see that till the middle of the century, there is not big changes between these two scenarios, but after this, there is a huge difference in these two scenarios. Then we can see the fire weather index. You can see that the stronger sign is in the Iberian Peninsula and in the North Africa, also over Greece. Here is the extreme precipitation, stronger side in the Dalmatia and in the Western Italy. Then you can see the aridity index. We have areas in the southern part of the domain that it moves in more semi-arid or arid conditions. Here is the number of the frost night. It's the only index that we see that there is a decline in these days. This is good news from the monuments, but not good from the natural sites. And here is the sea level rise only for the coastal monuments. Here is the seismic hazard. The seismic hazard is stronger in the eastern part of the Mediterranean, from Italy and Eastern. Here is the combined climate change hazard in the left and the total hazards, the synergistic hazard between climate change and the seismicity. And with black cycles, we see the most vulnerable monuments. These monuments are located in Greece, in the Dalmatia. You can see also that the climate change hazard is strength when we combine with the seismicity. Here we try to calculate the number of most threatened monuments per hazard. you can see that, of course, from the no action scenario, there are more threatened monuments than from RCP 4.5. And here we categorized the monuments based on the HHI. You can see that are monuments that are not threatened from the climate change or the threat is low, but there are about the 10% of the monuments based on RCP 8.5 that are very vulnerable from the climate change. Here are some conclusions and a paper that is recently published. Now we are working on the how to make a global perspective in these cultural climate change threats, and also with Phoebe we try to estimate the economic cost of these threats in the cultural and natural heritage. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Yannis. Indeed, this is a very important initiative. It's under the auspices of the UN General Secretary. There are many partners involved, and the Greek government is leading it. And now Professor Halkos will... Yorgo, can you... Yeah. Karen, can you wait until the presentation of Professor Halkos, because it's very connected to what Yannis has just said, or you need to go? Just let me know what is your timing, and we can decide who goes first.
Yeah.
Karen, are you on board?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm more than happy to wait.
Okay, thank you so much. So because this is a transposition of the socioeconomic value of cultural and natural heritage impacts from climate change, I would like to welcome Professor Halkos, a very close collaborator and friend with whom we work on many, many different projects. Please, George.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope I will find the presentation. It's supposed to be here. Thank you. Or is that open? It has to be this one. Thank you so much. Hello to everybody. So glad to be here. So happy to participate and to be involved in such interesting research efforts. Thank you so much. I'm affiliated with the Athens University of Economics and Business, as well as the Athena Research Center and the Department of Economics of the University of Thessaly. I'm always fascinated in talking about valuation. So I will start building a simple theoretical background, mentioning a few very interesting terms that on these terms we will build a lot of research interest going through. Now, talking just simply, sustainability takes place at the intersection of three pillars. So I have put environment above with society and economy below, and the core is sustainability. The types of capital is natural, human, and man-made to start with natural having its stock generating flows of natural resources and ecosystem services, which combined with manufacture and other capital services generate human welfare. Human capital is something important too, because our knowledge, our skills, our abilities and experience generate constructive employment for the society and the economy as a whole. So man-made capital is the stock of the constructive environment that facilitates the economy as well as the society. thinking of equipment, buildings, various forms of infrastructure in transportation, energy, as we mentioned, water, telecommunication, etc. Now, in a simple diagram, we may think of some inflows as investments of natural human man-made capital to create a kind of capital stock level to bring us kind of commodities outflows in, again, natural capital, as mentioned, with natural resources flows and ecosystem services, together with labor services of the human capital and the constructing services of the man-made capital. But we have two other very important types of capital. Social, that is the society involvement, trust, voluntarism in a democratic societies, pleasure, and the cultural capital, that is the stock of an asset's cultural value, knowledge, history, language vision, myths, and people's view of the world and their functioning on it. So, the categorization of environmental values is where to start our analysis. So we may have anthropocentric values, where the total economic value consists of total of the use value and the non-use value of the interactions of these having for the use value the direct and the indirect, and then playing with some interactions of the non-use value that is something very difficult to be evaluated. So we have the option value, the quasi-option value, we have the bequest value that is different or similar but different because it refers to the future generations concerning the option value that is below on the left. We have the bequest value and the existent value in terms of the anthropocentric, and the non-anthropocentric value, we have the intrinsic value. I would pay attention to the existence value first to start with, because these refer to the contrary with the rational economic human, counting the rights of non-humans. We could continue with the intrinsic value on the up right. That is, I would say in simple words, the right of existing for future generations that the individual feels peculiar, in a sense, to cultural heritage itself for its symbolic, artistic, or historic values. And here the willingness to pay, as I will explain next, is to avoid an action that threatens the existence of the cultural good. So obviously, to move on, we have various methods to environmental valuation. So they have to do with preferences, which may be either revealed or stated. I would go to the stated ones, but I have to mention the revealed, that is either considering if there are markets like production cost methods or dose response methods or producer and consumer surpluses, if we can approximate something, or to create hypothetical markets with various methods like the hedonic pricing or the travel cost method. On the other hand, and what the attention will be given today, is to have the stated preferences, that is non-market, obviously. So we'll create a kind of extraction of estimating the willingness to pay or the willingness to accept for changes from the status quo to whatever we want to imagine our future. So we have two serious methods here, the contingent valuation and the choice experiment. Mentioning the capital forms before, obviously the cultural capital is the most difficult to quantify. It's a public good or a quasi-public good with changes in the provision being associated with many possible externalities that have to be considered in any cost-benefit analysis. So the estimate of values for public goods is essential, is significant. Cultural heritage comprises various assets and sites, often in need of maintenance, repair, or restoration. They differ. They differ because they are not economic goods. They cannot be substituted if damaged or lost. There are no markets, so they are unique and they cannot be reproduced. So we have to give plenty of attention to such an analysis. So let us be more specific on this analysis. So cultural heritage goods classification and following UNESCO can be separated, can be distinguished to tangible and intangible, with tangible being separated again or distinguished as movable or immovable. Movable, we can think of paintings, sculptures, furniture, wall paintings, or immovable, we can think of historical buildings, monuments, archaeological sites. And then in the site of the intangible cultural heritage, we may think of oral traditions or expressions, social habits, traditional skills, etc. So, in simple terms, whenever we deal with such evaluation, we need to deal with a total economic value that consists of direct and indirect value, option value, and quasi-option value in terms of the use value, and obviously the non-use value. That is very, very important in such applications, in any kind of such valuation. So if I want to be specific, and then I start proposing things, in the case of cultural goods, I would imagine that I have the direct use value, the value now, in simple terms. I have the option value, I have the quasi-option value, and I start thinking, I have the existence value, I have the intrinsic value, I mentioned before all this, I have the bequest, that's why I separated the bequest from the option value, because the bequest refers to the future generation, it's theirs too. So this is a different, and I propose something that we have to think and to start working on it, the synergistic value. This is something completely different from the ones existing. It's a kind of synergies among the elements. So it's the value attached to the context rather than that of the single monument. And the relation that the latter establishes with the former. So in simple terms, I would think that this is directly related to the use value, and higher values imply more utility and individual gain from using such a good. This is extremely interesting. I haven't seen something, I could see something in ecological economics called glue, but it's not what I mean. It's kind of synergistic value that it is there, so it has not only this value, but many others that have to be considered. So after this background, I'm finishing with paying attention to the ways that we can value. If I want to value something, then I have various ways. One is to do evaluation study, the best, who can say the opposite, or I can use secondary data and trying to have a benefit transfer of the estimates, or I can have a cost-benefit analysis. Either will provide me with the first is the best. Anyway, a primary research is always something we want to have available. So, to simplify our lives, we rely on a meta-regression analysis function transfer. That is, we summarize all the existing empirical findings of various studies, and in a meta-regression analysis function transfer to be used, what we need is to have something like a simple specification as the one in front of you. That is, why is the dependent variable? I would think of directly the willingness to pay with I indicating the study considered, gamma the constant term if necessary, beta the slopes of all the estimated parameters, xi a vector of all the explanatory variables considered in this analysis, and epsilon just the error term with the usual properties. So my advice for robust estimates, you have to take a lot of things under consideration. That is, all the examined studies is difficult because these are published but refer to whatever. So you have to be very careful of what you are considering because of the heterogeneity existing there anyway. So examined studies have to rely on reliable data, appropriate quantitative techniques, methods applied, and the specification, the analysis done. Sites have to be of similar characteristics and populations, and the willingness to pay has to be calculated in a sophisticated way, considering a number of powerful explanatory variables. If we assume uniformity so that they are compatible, as well as the satisfaction of this hypothesis, then we may impose some shadow prices in such an analysis, because this is one crucial aspect too. So non-use values, obviously, is a large amount in such an analysis. So this is what we have to do in terms of a CVM, for instance, approximation, a CVM consideration. So I will finish with the variables to be considered, that is, following UNESCO definitions, we can have touchable and intouchable, creating dummy variables, assuming one, if the study provides monetary estimates, monetary values for intouchables or the intouchables, and zero otherwise. Paintings, sculpture, furniture, wall, historical buildings, monuments, archaeological sites, these are typologies, and all these 70 create, again, a number of explanatory variables, with value of 1 if we have monetary values or not. Oral traditions, social habits, traditional skills, again, dummy variables for these 3 typologies, again, 1 if we have information, 0 if we have not. Now, always I propose to use also as explanatory variable the methodology applied. So if you have CVM, if you have travel cost, I mentioned this, that's what was the reason for bringing to attention all this information. Existence, bequest, enormous values. Very difficult to find information available in such an analysis. But in any case, dummies are created if we have this available information. Obviously, and that was interesting because our analysis found some statistical significance of aesthetic, spiritual, social, historical, symbolic, and authenticity. Again, dummies. Finally, age, income, gender, and education are some socio-economic variables considered whenever we're available. Otherwise, we imply some imputations to create the variable from the status of the country that the study was recorded. And these are some initial results. Obviously, it's a first approximation. It's cross-sectional data. A number of diagnostic tests will be performed for heteroscedasticity, specification, error, or normality, or whatever is necessary, arts effect. But in the first run, it's only for demonstrating reasons. It's not so reliable because I want to have a number with my team, with our team, a very big number of studies to be very, very realistic. So this is a first approximation with some first estimates of willingness to pay for Europe in 46.5 euros, a total willingness to pay, and for the globe in terms of 39.78. This is just to mention, obviously, that this is part of our Global Climate Hub and our work on climate effect on cultural heritage as an aspect of the climate change impact of cultural heritage. And very glad always.
Thank you very much, George. Let me also inform you that the Global Climate Hub and the Senior Working Group of SDSN on the joint implementation of the SDGs and the European Green Deal is constructing a very big platform where we evaluate natural capital, human capital, social and cultural capital in order to be immediately integrated in relevant cost-benefit analysis and avoid the error and the bias of only including in cost-benefit analysis marketed capital, produced capital. This is a very significant effort because the inefficiencies of the wealth, and in particular of the inefficiency of using and allocating natural capital, derive from the fact that they are not marketed, and as a result, there is no price for the preferences of people on these goods, and as a result, their value, their socioeconomic value goes unrecognized. And as a result, these goods are being misallocated and over-extracted and overused and irreversibly destroyed. That's how we lost our ecosystem services, and that's how we are losing our cultural and social capital. Next, we have the head of the Climate and Health Unit, Professor Karen Morrissey, professor at the Technical University of Denmark. Karen, thank you so much for your patience.
More than happy. I've been listening to all the presentations and they've all been so interesting, and I'm a little bit worried about following in the footsteps. So let me try and get this all in order. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, we see it clearly.
Great. Okay, so hi everyone. Hopefully what I'm going to speak about for the next few minutes is makes sense to you all after listening to everybody speak about their different models and their different frameworks, because I'm going to speak about the need to ensure we bring humans and human activity into these models so that we ensure that we don't that we capture the impact that climate change and any of the adaptation or mitigation strategies that we start to roll out will have on humans. So actually, a common theme has been about how to integrate the macro with the micro, and this I would say is one of the areas where I work a lot with. So if you can bear with me, I'm going to speak about the need for synthetic population models in climate change research, which sounds incredibly dry, and it probably is, so apologies in advance. So just to give some background, this will be all framed through the sort of focus of health, which is my area of expertise. I'm interested in the impact of climate change on human health. Spoiler alert, it's not good for humans. And I'm one of the co-authors of the annual Lancet Commission countdown on the impact of climate change on human health. And the latest report is just available, where we really draw the line between the impact that our fossil fuel dependency is having on global health. So, however, as with the Lancet countdown, more generally, a lot of the research that we've spoken about in terms of the impacts of climate change on humans, on human health, as is my area of interest, is very much at a macro level. However, we know that climate change is going to disproportionately affect certain groups of people and areas, or groups within areas. So we know that, for example, that older people, children and women are going to be disproportionately impacted by climate change. Yet to date, the representation of human populations in many of the models that we've actually spoken about, well, they've either completely omitted the human population from the model because that's not the expertise area, or they focused on trying to understand the impact of climate change by broad demographic groupings such as gender or age. And it's always at very crude spatial scales. So what is the impact of increased natural resources up by gender? And that's it. But we know that we need to think in terms of intersectionality now, so that we know that, for example, the impact of a natural disaster on a white, educated, professional woman in the global north is going to be very different to that of if it was a person of color in the global south. So we can no longer just look at the impacts of climate change as they've been done, either just ignoring the human, or actually or just looking at it in terms of one category, because we're very complex individuals. So, and we also really need to think about this across space. This limited representation does not allow human behaviors, and it doesn't allow the human behaviors to be examined regarding climate change, nor the feedback loops that we're all actually hoping for. So we say that, for example, that adaptation is going to occur, and we think this is all that's required. We build the dam, we do X, Y, and Z. However, how are humans going to interact with this adaptation? We know that as humans, we are very good at looking, having perverse outcomes. So you want to do one thing, a policymaker thinks that they're doing the right thing, humans find a way around it. This is a natural tendency that we have, because we optimize on such different levels. So to understand the impact of climate change and the success or failure of future mitigation and or adaptation requires detailed demographic estimates and projections. And I propose that to bring all of these wonderful models together and to make sure we have that link with the micro and the macro that we all hope to achieve, is that we use something called synthetic data creation, where we develop synthetic populations. So, for example, I would develop a representation of where I previously worked, the UK. I would have my 60 million UK resident or English residents, and I would have very detailed attributes associated with them. So that when I say attributes, for me, the most important ones are the socioeconomic, the demographic, how they use their time, and how so for example, what activities are they engaging in, and the length of time, and look at this across space. So a synthetic data creation offers a method to do this, and I promise you I'm not going to bore you about how we would actually go about and do this. But the beauty of if you have such a population, it can be easily incorporated with any of these models that we've heard about today. The land use models that Ian has spoken about, my old colleague from Exeter, the energy models that Rasmus introduced, or the biophysics models that Martin and Ralph introduced. These can all be used. For me, this is probably an issue of syntax or semantics, but we're in Greece and the Greeks love this, so I feel like I'm in good hands. You might look at it as in that, we're tagging on the human or the socioeconomic, but for me, actually, what we are doing is underpinning all of these wider, all of these amazing climate and biophysical models with human data and with the complexity of humans. So what would I like to do with that? So I'm speaking about this method and this way of thinking about populations and how we need to really have detailed insight into how populations work. What would I like to do? What would I offer to this? So what I would really like to do is to, as I said, underpin these fantastic climate and physical models with this synthetic human information, or human details, let's look at it like that, so that we can look at the impact of climate change on human health. And if we want to take that a step further, we can even look at that in terms of the economic. So what is the economics of what will be a health crisis due to climate change? The economic cost of climate change on human health will be substantial globally, that we know. And but to date research, because we don't have this integration of all of these models, we've always been working in silos, and maybe we don't beat ourselves up about it. We now have really high functioning models, so now is the time to come together. We've always looked at these issues in terms of maybe looking at one country, or in terms of looking at one health outcome. What I will be proposing, by integrating all our models together, that we develop an internally consistent summary measure of the economic burden of climate change regarding morbidity, disability and mortality for a number of physical and mental conditions. In a perfect world, we would not have to put the economic value on it. People will be horrified enough by just understanding that millions of people are going to die. However, as economists and people working with policymakers, we understand that numbers talk. So so linking all of this together so that we can come up with what will unfortunately probably be a huge amount, a substantial burden in terms of the impacts of climate change. So I'm going to leave it there, and I hope I've succinctly, which is very, very difficult for an Irish person. I like to joke that it's my national, it's part of my national identity to speak too much, but I hope I've delivered some insight into what we can do in terms of bringing humans into these physical and climate models, so that we can understand really important processes such as health in the future. And I will stop sharing my screen.
Thank you so much, Karen. It's part of my national identity to speak too much as well. So I am familiar with where you're coming from. I would like to kindly ask the next speakers to keep their intervention short so that we finish at 3 maximum. The next unit of the hub that it's is bringing the innovation acceleration, the incubation of innovation and its acceleration to the market, so that massive deployment of new technologies and new social structures, innovative social structures, can support the sustainability transition. Our next speaker is Alexandros Haralambidis, who is leading the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, Climate, Knowledge and Information Community of Cyprus. We are leading the one in Greece, and we have many synergizing efforts on various acceleration activities. Alex, the floor is yours. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Phoebe. I hope, can you hear me? Everything okay?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So, hi, everyone. I'll give you a short presentation about the work we do in Cyprus and the main problem we have in general about innovation and in the clean tech industry. So usually people know Cyprus about the beaches and the lawyers and the accountants, but this is not what I'm going to talk about today. I'm going to talk, of course, about the work we're doing to make Cyprus a clean tech hub. And in order to define what we need by clean tech ecosystem, we need to understand we need a few parameters. We need a vision. And I will be very pessimistic and very let's say, politically incorrect, if Phoebe will allow me. So we need to have a vision. In the case of Cyprus, we do have a vision to become a clean tech hub, but we also have a vision to become a health hub, an IT hub, a sustainable tourist hub, and so on and so on. So in the case of Cyprus, we lack focus. We need to have favorable government policy. In that case, we're doing quite well in Cyprus compared to a few years ago. Like now we have a chief scientist, we have a deputy ministry of innovation, we have a fund now. So things are, we have a startup visa for foreign researchers to come to Cyprus. So we do have this favorable environment. You need to have the academia, and there we do have 3 public universities and the plethora of private ones. And I'm going to talk about it a bit more. We need to have the industry to uptake all the works that are coming out, especially when you're talking about, for example, COP and all the targets. In the end, industry is the one who is going to uptake all of this and implement it. Unfortunately, we lack there as well. Most of the companies we have in Cyprus are SMEs, import and export. We don't have high industrial, if I can call it like that, that can manufacture and implement a lot of the solutions. We need smart money because we cannot fund everything. And again, that's a limitation we have in Cyprus, especially now that we have elections in 2 months. Politicians say yes to everyone. And because of the size of Cyprus, we dilute the funds we have, and they're not focused on specific things. And we need to have talent. And this is, again, one of the things that we're working on, and I will explain why. So in the case of clean tech, we need to see if 3 conditions are being met. Is there an opportunity? Is there a need? And can it be done? Well, definitely, we need to focus on clean tech. We rely heavily on oil, and the targets are changing even now with the Green Deal. We have to focus on renewable energy. We have to go to decarbonized an island. And the potential of Cyprus, based on IRENA studies and so on, is that we can even go to 40% renewable and create 22,000 jobs. So we do believe that innovation and entrepreneurship can play a critical part in achieving this high penetration of renewable energy. Research-wise, we are very, very good in Cyprus. We have now 7 centers of excellence in Nicosia and in Limassol. We are one of the first countries per capita to attract EU funding for research and development. We have secured more than 150 million in the last few years. And especially in clean tech, we have more than 100 researchers, more than 100 projects working on this topic. However, we think this is not enough. We lack in numbers. 100 people, 100 researchers is not enough. So what are we actually doing? For the interest of time, I will show the whole thing as a whole. For innovation and entrepreneurship to play an important role, you need the first step, which is research and prototype, to get people interested with accelerators, workshops, a bit of funding. You need big demonstrations, and that's where you need equity investment, industry involvement, grants, academic collaborations, and then you need venture funds and commercialization in order to have this growth. In Cyprus, we're still in the interface between research and demonstration. We're still at the very early stages. Even compared to Greece, the progress I see with Greece on research innovation, it's amazing the work they do in Greece. So this is what we're doing. We do have a lot of talent. We do have smart people. They have amazing ideas, as I'm going to show you later on, but we need to do more. And this is what we're doing now. We're doing summer schools. We're doing work placements. We're doing business competitions. We're doing events that attract people from over the globe in order to increase that amount of researchers. And I'm only going to show 2 ideas that we have that are now viable, not viable companies, but that they started selling. to show the high caliber. One of them, NanoWell, is injecting nanoparticles in carbon fibers to make the material stronger and lighter. And they have their own production unit in Cyprus. They got a few millions in grants and investment, and they started producing their own material. We also have a company called Hydrogen Energy Systems that they focus on producing hydrogen from seawater on the spot and feeding it into engine of ships. And they have shown that we can reduce emissions by 30%. And they need our help in order to become, let's say, not commercially viable, but to be able to test more in ships. So this is kind of the caliber of the ideas we have. The problem is that that's it. We've been working on it for the past 10 years. These are the two big, let's call them like that, startups, idea researchers that can materialize. And we're constantly working on bringing in increasing the volume and the quality and the quantity of researchers, of PhD students that are working in the field of clean tech in order to achieve our targets, both on innovation, with the National Climate and Energy Plan, with the COP, with IMO. Everything we do is to increase this amount of researchers. That's all I had for you today. Thank you for your attention. And the work that I've presented, it's a kind of a collaboration between the Cyprus University of Technology, Chrysalis Leap, which is an accelerator, and the Cyprus Energy Agency, which is an NGO, especially focusing on the public and municipalities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Alex, and thank you for being on board with the Climate Hub. Our next collaborator is Saida Ahmed, Founding Director of Education Partnerships UK. Are you with us?
I am indeed.
Lovely.
Let me just get my video back on as well. Hello, can you see me?
Yes, we can see and hear you.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'd absolutely like to express my gratitude and thanks to Professor Phoebe Kandouros for inviting me to speak. And what I'd like to actually talk about is how we're going to connect the data to the actual on-the-ground situation. My background for the last 20 years has actually been, well, actually it's more than 20 years, but I'm going to stick on 20 years just so that I don't age anymore in terms of my work experience. But for the last 20 years, I've been designing solutions around social and economic models of dealing with the environmental or social impact of climate and social and environmental policy. And really over this time, what I found is that although nature is beautifully interconnected, as institutions go and as governments, universities, think tanks go, we're not as beautifully interconnected as nature. So often we deliver wonderful policies and wonderful visions that are not connected with the people who it's going to be affected by those policies. And also they're not necessarily made, they're made for those people. So, and I think that, you know, in some instances, the work that I'm doing at the moment, I've recently joined His Highness's office in Dubai as VP of Investments, and the key areas I'm looking at is climate action and sustainable cities and zones. The other area is around education and labour market solutions. And then the other is health and wellness. Now, although they're separate silos, actually they're interconnected. And it's about creating impact in the world where the people who are going to be affected by those very policies, investments, etc., are partners on the table. And in the years that I've been doing this work, I've often found that those people may be partners verbally or on a piece of paper, but they're never truly partners. They're used in order to get funding, investment, etc., but then they do not always end up. And so this is something that I really want to change. Now, the reason I feel that what you're doing as part of this workshop and wider is phenomenal is because we have a group of like-minded, amazing people who are coming at the issue from different perspectives. There's also others that are in Africa, in Asia, in the MENA region, who are coming at the same issue that are probably absent from this table. There's some amazing professors doing a massive amount of work in the Muslim world, and that's 1/4 of the world. We're working currently with faith leaders, imams, muftis, places where they're training, you know, the Darul Ulooms, for example, where we're training the imams. And these imams are not going to be what I call two-dimensional imams, where they just focus on theology and giving the theological background or perspective to communities, but actually integrating it into a core principle of Islamic values. And that's around Hukukul Ibad, or the responsibility to creation. So there's phenomenal partnership opportunities here. And I suppose the network that you've already built and some of the networks that I'm involved in and wider groups could really help to turn what is policy, what is discussion into real action. So just to tell you what we're doing at the moment and what we've started off with, one of the Indonesian private hospital groups and universities, we've already signed an agreement to set up one of the first sustainable medical schools, which will be based in the UK. This will tackle global shortages of labour market for health and wellness workers, but also to put sustainability at the heart of the agenda around training up of healthcare workers. This doesn't have to be unique to healthcare workers. Engineers, we heard, you know, people from various disciplines talking, and this will be based in, it's already, the first base of the university is actually in Indonesia, in Jakarta. However, we will have its international first outreach center in Manchester in the UK, but then we are rolling this out. We already have interest from countries in Africa and the MENA region that want to have these sustainable medical schools. So I think that sometimes it requires the policy, the visionaries to be able to work along people on the ground so that we can become the connecting force between what is a discussion, an idea, and so forth, and then to actually implement and make it happen. And this can't happen without without the researchers, without the academics who can put scientific research to demonstrate and watch how this process is evolving and how we can work together to make something happen, where the resources are put in, where the vision is there, where the energy is there, and then the critical mass of people who will both be involved in implementing and making sure that it's sustainable and it happens long term. It's not an exciting vision that's then shelved after 5 years or 10 years and something else comes in its place. It's how people embed the values in their hearts, in their families, in their communities, and how we make them benefit so that they're not having trees grown in an area where they actually have to have food growing there. We have to look at the practical considerations to make that the vision and the vision and the ideas come to reality by thinking of real human need. When we use land for something here, which is about, you know, making net zero happen, what's the effect here on food, on water, on animals, on communities, on places for children to play in? And until we tackle the real issues that affect communities all over the world in different ways, we're just going to have visions that a lot of fantastic people will talk about, but they will not be implemented in wholeheartedly in a holistic manner where everybody comes on board. And for this, truly, if we want climate action to be a reality, it has to be every single person that's walking down that road, or every animal, every plant, and every human being. This is for us. And this is how we then as institutions have to be the platform and the support and the system behind it to enable that to happen. I'm sorry if I'm talking, I've actually got a presentation, but I thought it's 7 minutes, and I'd rather speak from my heart than go through the presentation. I mean, there's things about job creation, there's activities about creating wellness centers, moving people away from hospitals into nature, enabling farmers to have an income that would come through, for example, the medical insurance companies, carbon offset credits, funding some of the activities that we'll do with farmers and with people on grassroots levels. So what we're not doing is actually telling people, buy into this, but make sure you buy into it, and it doesn't matter if your family or your community go hungry, because those are the reasons why many people can't buy into what we're offering. If we cannot offer sustainable, real solutions that connect the policy, the academics, the research, real scientific research with communities, and make them both the enablers and the benefactors long term, then really, and the beneficiaries, then really, we're going to have future conversations that aren't going to go much further. So thank you very much. I'm hoping that I've stayed within my time scale.
Saida, this is indeed very crucial, and this is the focus of the Living Labs transformative engagement of all the stakeholders unit of the Climate Hub, for which Dr. Epun Akinsede will be speaking now. Epun, Connor, keep it 5 minutes each, just to not go too much over time. Thank you.
Can find the presentation in here. Okay, so thank you everybody here and to everyone online for sticking with us thus far. I'm going to carry on with the focus on the anthropological side of sustainability and the work of the Hub. Building on the work that was presented earlier by Professor Morrissey, talking about how important it is to have people at the core of what we do, because that's really what sustainability is about at the end of the day, so the people at the center of it all. Saida, who spoke earlier, highlighted some of these critical elements that this unit attempts to address. How do we actually bridge the gap between not only the people that are affected, but also the people who are in the positions to make the decisions with the science and the evidence base behind it? So the Transformative and Participatory Approaches Unit, which I co-head, really aims at bridging this gap between the scientists, so the work that the other units within the Hub are carrying out, all the models and all the science that has been presented earlier today, and the people on the ground, the policymakers and broader society, including the private sector, the third sector, the startups, etc. Over the course of the day, so casting a mind back to earlier this morning, we heard a few themes that were reoccurring. So things around collaboration, things around partnership, cooperation, but also things around innovation and systems thinking, interconnectedness, integration. And these are all key elements that feature within the work in our Hub. The list of tools and methodologies are underpinned by systemic approaches, systems theory, change theory, but also future science and foresight science, but crucially, integrating people and participatory approaches within all of these methodologies. So we use transformative living labs, we adopt a systems innovation approach, we look at transition management, but all of this is also supported by digital and technological tools, like the Living Lab Modeler tool, and the Hub Stakeholder Platform, which I'll speak about in a little while. So the first methodology, or the first tool that we have, is around the living labs. This has been mentioned several times already today, as they're being implemented currently in different projects that we're undertaking. And the idea with the hub and with this unit within the hub is that we'll build on the existing framework of this SDSN, which is a global network and has far-reaching participation and existing institutions, researchers, companies, and governments as well. The idea then is that we approach the integration of a broad group of stakeholders from research and academia, from NGOs, local citizens, private sector, policymakers, and different parts of the public sector, and bring them together in what we call a living lab. So this is basically this cohort of people, a broad cross-section of key stakeholders who come together to support the decision-making and feed the models with on-the-ground realistic data, making sure that it's contextually appropriate. But also vice versa, this knowledge exchange also makes this living lab a platform for the scientists within the hub to be able to disseminate some of the information and the knowledge that's being generated by the other units. The transformative living labs are building on existing work of the United Nations Solutions Network in the transformation pathways. So these are the 6 core transformation pathways to achieving the SDGs. So that's around education and gender, health, well-being and demography, energy, decarbonization and sustainable industry, sustainable food, land and water, oceans, sustainable cities and communities, but importantly and crucially, the digital revolution and sustainable development. Another approach and another methodology that we incorporate into this is the systems innovation approach. So this was mentioned earlier by some of the presenters, because it's something that we're currently using again in different aspects of our research work. So systems innovation essentially brings together this idea of systemic thinking, which we've harped on about today, but crucially links it to the idea of innovation. So how do we actually work from the inside out within the system to drive and promote and accelerate innovation? And in this context, because it's a participatory method, we're making sure that we're carrying along all these stakeholders that we've earlier mentioned as part of our different transformative living labs. We also have transition management, which again tries to bring down the bottom up and bring together the bottom up and the top down approaches. So really accessing the sort of grassroots needs that Saida was mentioning earlier, and making sure that that is translated to the work that we're actually trying to bring out of the hub. Both with systems innovation and transition management, the end goal is to develop these pathways, so transition pathways and innovation pathways that can take us towards the desired future and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. One of the technological tools that we'll be using to support our work is the Living Lab Modeler, and this is actually an output of an ongoing project, an ongoing Horizon project. And this basically essentially creates a sort of digital twin of our existing living labs. And it creates an access point for the living lab activity to carry on online. But we can also crucially use it to monitor and evaluate what's happening with the living lab. Is the living lab achieving the impacts, the desired impacts? And link them as well to performance with the SDGs. So this will provide a crucial interface between the work that's happening across the project, across the hub, but also in particular with the first unit on digital technologies. And finally, we have the Climate Hub stakeholder platform, which goes beyond the modeler. So we're not then looking specifically at members of our living lab, but also members of the wider stakeholder community. And we can use this platform to create public awareness around climate change and invite other stakeholders and other participants who can't physically be present within the scope of our research to engage in the discourse around the work that we're trying to produce. So I'll keep it there and just leave you with this slide that talks about some of the different work that we have going on and a number of different projects that incorporate these methodologies and approaches that we're currently using. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Poon. And Conrad will be presenting bits and pieces of our work that are relevant to the finance, policies and labor markets unit, as well as the education unit of the hub. No. Just try to be fast.
Okay, everyone, so I will provide a quick overview of the 9th unit of the Hub, that is education, training, upskilling, and reskilling. And the mission of our unit is to support the green transition by educating and training people, by building skills ecosystem, which are also aligned with national, regional, local, and sectoral green strategies. So we're planning on delivering educational programs under selected topics in sustainable development, climate change, biodiversity, and sustainable finance, and to provide programs in training and support the local teams in gaining a better understanding of the Hub approaches and tools, together with youth engagement projects, together with youth engagement projects which target young learners. With the Hub, we'll collaborate with a wide network of international academic and training partners within the SDSN network, and we build on the existing training opportunities, especially available through the SDSN Academy. Just to showcase some of our current projects under this unit, first of all, we have we're working with the SDG dashboards at the universities. That is a downscale of the SDG dashboards at an institutional level and at the university level, and using as a case study the Athens University of Economics and Business, where here we engage 12 post and undergraduate students which working on their dissertations on different, based on different SDGs, on measuring the university level of implementation to the 17 SDGs under the 4 pillars: research, education, operations, governance, and external leadership, following the guidelines of UNSDSN on how to measure the SDGs on universities. So another project is we recently launched the professional course on ESGs, which is organized by the Athens University of Economics and Business in collaboration with PricewaterhouseCoopers Greece and under the auspices of UNSDSN. So the course, just to provide some specifics related to the professional course, the topics we cover is the policy framework for the transition to sustainability, ESG, of course, and corporate sustainability reporting, and also selected topic under sustainable development, climate change, and biodiversity, which all topics are structured around the six SDG UNSDSN transformations. So the course is addressed to executives of banking, financial, and insurance sectors, together with special branches, as well as special branches, of the private and public sectors. And this course offers students with a unique opportunity to engage in applied sustainability projects led by Aephoria, one of the leading research and innovation alliances of sustainability transitions in the world. Finally, we have the Olympic Games for COP, which Roland also talked about. So here, together with the Climate Hub, together with UNFCCC Foundation and its partners, are combining their knowledge and experience to empower change makers at the annual COP. So there will be defined 14 challenges, 14 competitions, 4 companies, 4 individuals, and 4 institutions, and the winners will be awarded a gold, silver, and bronze medals during the 14 days of COP.
Deriving mostly from the UNSDSN Senior Working Group on the European Green Deal and the SDGs, their joint implementation, which is a working group supported by many organizations, universities, international organizations, and research centers. Konag? Did I introduce Conor? Dr. Conor Landis, senior researcher and leading figure in Aephoria Alliance of Excellence.
So in this project, we're trying to assess the SDG footprint on financial portfolios, and on the way, we will build an SDG, what we call an SDG asset pricing model. So talking for companies and ESGs, what we know based on an extended literature during the last 6 years, we know that good ESG performance, that is companies that perform good on environmental aspects, on social and governance aspect, tend to have a high financial performance, and companies have increased profitability. So in this sense, what we're trying to do here is first, we need to integrate the SDGs into the corporate sustainability reporting framework. And secondly, we want to check if there are specific factors of price risk which are related to the 17 SDGs. So first we start by having a very large data set on ESG KPIs, generics and sector-specific ESG KPIs under a large set of sustainability accounting standards, as well as we have collected ESG scores from Bloomberg and from Thomson Reuters, and for a large number of companies. Then the first step, it is to map these ESG KPIs to the SDGs, using a mapping between the ESG KPIs and the 231 unique SDG indicators. In that sense, we are transposing the ESG framework into an SDG framework, where we have many ESG KPIs falling under each one of the E, the S, and the G pillar, which are dynamically mapped to the 17 SDG goals, dynamically mapped with one or more SDG goals, and with varying weight. So these scores, so we are able to calculate, that is, we're able to calculate scores based on SDGs for individual companies. So this universe is also enhanced by scores calculated with machine and deep learning approaches using a large set of ESG-related documents at a company level. So company sustainability reports, news and announcements for third-party sources. And so we use this technique in order to enhance our complete set of SDG scores for a large number of companies in international exchanges. So our goal here is then to use these scores in order to develop SDG-related asset pricing factors in the context of arbitrage pricing theory models. And our model actually builds on CAPM and its prominent extension, which is the Fama Friends three-factor model. So CAPM stands at the heart of financial theory and actually describes the relationship between systematic risk and returns for financial assets, and CAPM actually establishes a linear relationship between the expected return of an asset and its risk, which is measured by beta, that is its tendency to covariate with the market. Now, empirical failures of CAPM, that is in the sense that we cannot measure adequately these ideal market portfolios, so to be used in pricing assets, and mostly that financial markets are not efficient. Then, in this sense, during last decades, what we call the arbitrage pricing theory models have emerged in order to augment CAPM with extra factors to account for sources of price risk which are not captured, which are not able to be priced by the simple model in CAPM. So in this sense, Fama and Friends in 1992 introduced their three-factor model, which is actually the most widely used financial model from financial practitioners, and which augments the simple CAPM by using two extra factors, that is the size of the companies, the market capitalization, and the value of companies as it's measured by the book-to-market ratio. So in this direction, in order for us to account for any possible sources of risk related to SDGs, to ESGs, and of course SDGs, we augment this model to account for 17 factors. And we use our universe of SDG scores in order to construct these factor portfolios. And this actually are sector-specific portfolios, SDG-based portfolios, which mimic these SDG-related factors. And we can construct that by the intersection of double-sorted portfolios on market capitalization and on these SDG performance scores that we have calculated, following very closely the methodology that Fama Friends uses, and which is actually a common methodology in how we construct factors in an asset pricing model. So with our model, we are able to calculate the sensitivity of each portfolio or asset in relation to the 17 SDGs, which is then, it's trivial to aggregate these sensitivities into a sensitivity that is a footprint of portfolio in relation to each one of the SDGs. So we end up with what we call the portfolio SDG footprint dashboard, which is actually very interesting, and it's going to be very important specifically if we want to evaluate SMEs, because SMEs, we don't have ESG or any ESG score, or they do not publish sustainability reports. So our model will be very useful in evaluating SMEs, also. Thank you.
And now we've reached the last intervention for our workshop today. And it is a great pleasure for me to introduce Professor Fadwa El-Guindi, my dear colleague and member of the World Academy of Arts and Science, a full-field anthropologist and a public intellectual who analyzes current issues and events. Her most recent public publication is appearing this month in Bucharest in the International Journal of Levant Studies, and it focuses on tiers of civilization identity, Egypt's emergent paradigm for global cultural democracy. This particular publication is under the auspices of the Institute for Advanced Studies in Levant and Culture and Civilization, where we had the last meeting of the World Academy of Arts and Science. Fadwa, the screen is yours.
Thank you. It's been so enriching to listen to all the presentations preceding mine on the first day of the workshop post COP27. They're all insightful, very stimulating. But of course, I wish to thank you, Phoebe, for the kind invitation to participate, and to all organizers and participants, hosts and sponsors, and of course, the Academy of Athens and the University of Athens. I think it's vital to seriously engage in discussion and critique right after a conference such as COP27. Post COP27 is packed with serious scholarship and public commentary, and this promises to provide valuable insights for the next step to take. I might add that the strong Greek academic and diplomatic presence in COP27 should not go unnoticed. Greece and Egypt share a long civilizational history. Collaboration on today's threats are extensions of long historical collaboration of scholarship and discovery. I see COP27 as significant because it was organized by Egypt, because it was held in Egypt, and because it was in Africa, the continent of rich, youthful, human, and of course, natural resources. So looking at the logo that Egypt has creatively made for COP27 with the sun and its multiple dimensions in the form of hands extending from the sun, takes us back to the early history of Egypt and forward to the reaffirmation of Egyptian identity. Clearly, Egypt is in a unique geopolitical position. It is African, Egyptian, Mediterranean, Arab, Islamic, Coptic, all at once. To project any single one of these dimensions would be missing the essence of Egypt's unique quality. But also to ignore the civilization and Egyptian identity would be missing the essence of what being Egyptian means to the Egyptian people. We note that COP27 was held back to back with two prominent global events, the COVID pandemic and the Ukraine war. Both revealed imbalances of wealth and power within countries and among nations, while simultaneously uncovering the deep interconnectedness and interdependencies in our world today. The pandemic uncovered our humanness, and the Ukraine war revealed our incapacity to use our knowledge and unique intelligence properly. We have tools to mediate and use diplomatic channels, but we don't deploy them. Our need for togetherness is firmly rooted in society, and our identity and roots are anchored in culture, but we have not used our uniquely human intelligence to protect them. Wars, as we all know, are a source of huge profit. They are marketplaces for testing and selling arms. We have the means to shift profiteering from war by highlighting losses. We must empower the organization that we have put together ourselves beyond its role in communicating to enforce action against unilateral sanctions, against encroachments on sovereignty, and against war for profiteering. And we have to dismantle the dominant structure among nations. So in conclusion, I say, we have the knowledge, we have the power of concerned people, and we have a planet to protect. Climate concerns must be balanced by considering wider global events. Thank you.
That was the best closing we could have for the first day of the workshop. That was a poetic, deeply thought statement that reminds us that we have the power and the tools to protect our civilization, to protect humanity as a whole. So let's gather our power, strength, and will to do that. That was an amazing closing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Conrad. This is how you give the capacity to the private sector and the financial sector to achieve the sustainability transformation that you are looking for. So in the next 2 minutes, I'm gonna close by recapping with regards to the different units of the hub. As I said, this is the Global Climate Hub of SDSN. It will produce global transformation pathways downscale at national and regional level by COP28, and it will produce European and Asian ones by by UN General Assembly. It is supported by the Athens University of Economics and Business and the Athena Research Center and the Academy of Athens, and all the institutions that are part of the Alliance of Excellence for Research and Innovation on Aephoria, that includes 5 big research centers, 4 technology accelerators, and a number of academies and global and European networks that work together in order to achieve the detailing of the transition pathways. These are our 9 hubs, so I'm just closing by reminding the focus of each one. Natalia Manola talked about the climate data platforms and the digital applications we are developing, which will be the backbone of the hub, the observatory of the hub. Yannis Kapsomenagis talked about the atmospheric physics and climatology unit led by Professor Zerefos. Colleagues from DTU talked about the climate and energy systems modeling. Colleagues from UK and DTU and from Aephoria Alliance talk about land use and climate transitions. Then we have the climate and health model, and I just want to mention that all the projects that you see coming up these slides are projects just under my team. There are additional projects from the incoming partners to the Climate Hub. So this is just part of the funding that is supporting this Climate Hub. We have innovation acceleration for climate neutrality and resilience. Alex Haralambidis is co-leading this. And next, and within this, we already have 2 big accelerators, one on climate adaptation with 130 startups called Brigade Connect, and one other with 30 startups called Maritime Accelerator, identifying solutions for climate resilience and climate neutral shipping. Then we have the Just Transition Policies, Finance and Labor Market, and as I said before, this is supported by the work of the SDSN Europe Senior Working Group on the joint implementation of the European Green Deal and the SDGs, with very important collaborations with the International Energy Agency, Force for Good, Climate Kick, NF Foundation, and of course many universities and the whole Aephoria Alliance network. Here we pave the socioeconomics and policy pathways for supporting the transition, climate neutrality, climate resilience, but also SDG-based transition. Epun talked about transformative participatory approaches and the national living labs and systems innovations, and she referred to some of our projects that are focusing and implementing these labs, and Conrad also showcased some of our initiatives. There are many more on education, training, upskilling, and reskilling. This is it, and I repeat, these are just the projects under my team. There are additional projects under the teams of other professors, and the idea is to mobilize a huge force in order to be able to really live up to the commitment we made for the virtual COP before the COP, where we are going to show global transformation pathways. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for supporting this initiative. And great thanks to all of our collaborators that are at the moment not officially within the umbrella of the hub, but very soon they will become official partners under the umbrella of the UN Climate Hub. Thank you very much all.